Winter, Chapter 3, The Battle of Buckland. And what, might I ask, is the precise reason for 4 young hobbits to be so far from the borders of the Shire? A tall, stooping figure beholds you, dressed in grey robes, a silver scarf, with a long grey beard, his bushy eyebrows stick from beneath his wide-brimmed, pointed hat. Gandalf the Grey leaned upon his staff heavily as he waited your answer, and your answer came. We're trying to save the Shire. Hobbits, we return to find you desperately following Gandalf the Grey. Since he intervened in the nick of time, delivering you from the jaws of the Winter Wolves, he's now begun leading you through the old forest, towards the edges of it. A strange stone gleams from his tall staff. He lights the way and guides you from this dark and twisted place. It's almost like the trees begin to reach after you, desperately clawing for one last chance to ensnare you. As you follow him, we should determine what you know of this Gandalf. Which of you know him? Which of you recognize him? Which of you trust him? He doesn't exactly have the greatest reputation in the Shire. I'm just going to pick one of you, and we're going to decide which of you know Gandalf and which of you don't, and maybe all of you do, maybe all of you don't. Let's start with Fred. Do you know Gandalf, and what memory do you have of him, if at all?
I think maybe Fred does know Gandalf. He's older than the other hobbits and probably has seen him come by once or twice in that time. And I don't know what he would know about him, except that he's very keen on other people's business, probably. But I think, like, that broadly speaking, he's helped more than hindered. I guess. But he is, definitely a disturber of the peace. He's very keen on hobbit business and getting his nose in places where it doesn't belong. So I think that's what he would have thought. And I think then when Gandalf rescued us from certain death, he would have quickly revised that opinion and sort of thought like, okay, it doesn't matter if he like occasionally lights off fireworks and people are trying to have a peaceful lunch. Like, he saved our lives, you know? So I think he would know of him a little bit, yeah.
So that's what Fred thinks. What about Maradoc Hornblower? You heard of Gandalf? And if so, what memory do you have of him?
Maradoc has definitely heard of Gandalf, but he's never met him. He's heard, and what he's heard is that he is that big person that makes those awesome fireworks shows. And sadly, poor little Maradoc has never seen a fireworks show. He's only heard the stories of it because he is so young that he's never been fortunate enough to have been alive the last time Gandalf came rolling through the Shire and firing off a lot of fireworks. But I think that's probably what he's thinking. He's like, well, maybe he'll do some fireworks. But yeah, that's about all he knows. He probably heard his dad grumbling, and Mr. Cotton grumbling about how he's just a disturber of the peace and a troublemaker, brings young hobbits out on adventures that gets them into trouble. Which he's quite certain that he does not want to do after this if he survives this adventure.
And Lolo, Brandybuck, your thoughts on this stranger or distant friend?
Neither, really. Lolo, much like Maradoc, Lolo has actually met Gandalf before, but she was a wee thing the last time he came around. So Lolo's memories of Gandalf are he's real big He's like real big, and he's got a beard that's bigger than me. And he made the lights in the sky, and it was wonderful, and there was more food than usual, and that's pretty much the extent of what she knows. Her parents and family don't really bother themselves with talking about the outsider because he's too fantastical, and it really has no bearing on what our family does, which is basically the hunting and trapping for our part of the farthing.
And through the silence, as you all pass through the forest, perhaps your stomach rumbles at the thought of more food than usual, and your memory goes back to a time when the Shire wasn't in the clutches of the fell winter, when Gandalf last came to stay. Finally, Phloxanna. Now, I would ask you the same question, but it's almost without doubt that you are related to someone who has quite a close relationship with Gandalf.
Belladonna.
Belladonna herself, rumored to have gone on adventures with just such an individual. But with that in mind, what do you think?
Phloxanna is very excited. Her cheeks flushed from the novelty of meeting such a fabled figure as much as from the cold. She has heard of Gandalf the Grey, and she has heard the grown-ups stop talking when the young hobbits and the they call them tweens in their 20s, I believe.
That's right.
You know, even Phloxanna is not considered quite old enough to hear all the stories. But of course, there's always been hushed whispers and little tidbits of stories about Gandalf the Grey and how Aunt Belladonna went on adventures, most scandalous for a hobbit.
Most scandalous indeed. And as these thoughts race through your mind, probably intermingled with a bit of adrenaline, let's not forget you are moments from the jaws of the Winter Wolves. That Maradoc, you say you haven't seen fireworks, but you certainly saw that brilliant flash of light that brought two of them down as quick as thinking. But regardless, you're now surrounded in darkness as this great tall figure stands just ahead of you, and he gives a long sniff of his long crooked nose, and then suddenly moves off in a completely different direction to where you'd been pacing, as if catching some scent of the way out. And then before you know it, from beneath the eaves of mighty trees, you step out as if through an archway into a clear night sky. For once, snow isn't whirling about you all. You see the stars shining above a far-reaching country blanketed in pearlescent white snow. And this figure is silhouetted there for a moment before turning in a direction that you think he's northward and starts pacing, following the line of the forest north. And as he does, you hear his voice and he says, "Come along, Master Hornblower, keep up. War has come to these lands. We have still got a good while to go before we can stop for the night. And if we do not make haste, the enemy shall be upon us." This voice is sort of echoed upon you, Master Hornblower, to keep up.
Yeah, I think this. You hear this little like squeak from Maradoc, and he starts pumping his little legs, which maybe he finds a little bit of energy he didn't really realize he had because he's already feeling pretty tired. But at the word of this wizard, he finds he doesn't want to be turned into something, unnatural. So
very good. You all continue to make haste, and it is not long before the wizard stops again in his tracks and gives another sort of deep breath, looks around and lifts his staff a little higher. I'd like you all to make a perception check, please, to see if you see what he's looking at. Get the dice warmed up. Got a 19. Oh, okay. So all but Maradoc, perhaps you're still a bit flustered from him calling you by your name. He knows who you are, and that perhaps jolts you. The rest of you, as he lifts his staff, the shadows seem to part from the edges of the trees, and you see expertly concealed within the boughs just outside of the forest. There is some kind of small encampment that is being concealed there. It looks very familiar, actually. It looks a lot like the setup that you had recently been guests in with Damrod of Cardalan, the deserter ranger who turned on you and attempted to murder you. He had given reference to other rangers that he had been with. You also remember finding blooded belongings of potentially other people that he'd been with that perhaps he had to deal with so he could escape properly. This looks like another encampment, perhaps belonging to them. Gandalf sort of like stares at it for a moment under his furrowed eyebrows and says, well, this will have to do. I'm afraid you're going to have to make yourselves comfortable here, my dear hobbits. I will be back shortly. And he disappears for a moment. It's almost like you look away and then he's gone.
Right. Well, we must make the best of this rest as we can. Quickly now. Let's get things ready. Fred says, and he's just focused on like not worrying about everything and just doing something, which is what his granddad always told him, that when there's too many things happening at once, just do one thing. And that's what he's doing. He's getting a fire set up.
Very good. Would you like to make a survival check with advantage, please?
Sure. That is a 17.
It's almost like having been in the presence of Gandalf for just a moment, it becomes so much easier just to light fire and kindle warmth around you. Suddenly a blaze is set before you in this camp, and suddenly there is given a warmth that it obviously lacked, being surrounded by the winter landscape. Is there anything you wish to discuss? The last time you really had a conversation was right before what happened with Damrod and then being out of the frying pan into the fire with the wolves, so to speak.
I think Fred would just, as he's sort of working, look up and say, is everyone all right? Well, I don't mean all right. Functioning, I suppose. I know that no one's all right. It's been a very worrisome couple of hours.
I'm a little hurt, Mr. Fred, but I think I'll be okay. I just need to sit a bit.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Well, let me look at that. And he'll like wander over and see if he can help at all. He doesn't know how to help, but he'll attempt to just make her
Look,
feel
the icicle
better.
went in here and it came out here, and but the patching's holding pretty good.
Well, that's good. Do either of you know how to do anything? All right.
I once saw Mr. Cotton help one of our sheep give birth, but I don't know if that's going to help here.
I don't know that that's entirely relevant.
Something like this
and
happened.
he means well. He's like, well, thank you for that contribution, but I don't think it actually helps here.
Something like this happened before, back at home before the freeze, with a fence post and one of our livestock, and Papa had to put it down. Please don't put me down because I'm injured.
We're not going to put you down, Lolo.
Okay.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
No, you're not a livestock.
No. We'll look after you. You'll be fine. Now we're somewhere safe and we can rest, and we should do that as much as possible before Gandalf returns. And he was going to say, because he's only really heard of him from dwarves that pass through, so he was going to say Tharkun, which is what dwarves call him. And then he was like, no, nobody calls him that. because he's had a lot of dealing with dwarves and stuff coming through the Shire. And he'll sort of usher everyone to like sit and to stop pacing and to stop biting their nails and to stop like just generally being worried and to just like sit and take a breath while he gets some food going.
I didn't think it was possible, but I remember his beard being very long, and it seems even longer now. But he seems just as tall.
Yes, he's very large.
I heard that he can shapeshift. He could turn into something with big gray wings.
Is that so? Well, he's a wizard. I think he can do everything or anything.
Yes. Well, so my cousin's best friend's mom heard from my aunt Belladonna. Well, it wasn't from Auntie Belladonna, but heard from someone who heard from, maybe it was from my uncle. Anyways, he can definitely do it.
That's awesome. He could turn me into one of those, I think.
Why would you
Right?
not be a bird?
Don't you? Well, hasn't everybody wanted to fly?
No, thank you. I prefer my feet firmly on the ground.
Oh, I guess. Oh,
As a sensible hobbit.
right.
I think it would be
sensible.
lovely to fly. I don't think I'd want to be a bird, though, because sometimes people shoot birds down for food, and I don't think that I'd want to put myself at such risk. Or be eaten.
It isn't that long actually before footsteps can once again be heard crunching through the snow, and he appears once more. He looks upon the four of you, and beneath that wide brim of his hat, you can see his eyes twinkling, reflecting the firelight. And he says, "I must say it is surprising and quite unexpected to find four hobbits wandering in the old forest in this hour of the night. Yet I suppose if I had expected it, it wouldn't be unexpected at all." He settles himself down next to the fire and takes a large, long pipe from somewhere within his robes or from upon his staff. And it's almost like he gives a flick of his fingers and smoke billows from it. "First of all, I should like you to all have a taste of this, but only have a small taste. There's only a few drops." And he'll pass this to Phloxanna. First of all, it is a vial made of purest silver. It has kind of like an avian design upon it. And he says, "This is Miradoc, or the cordial of Imladris. It should bring warmth to your hearts in such a cold night."
It's not going to turn us into a bird, is it?
Gandalf smiles and doesn't say anything.
I think Maradoc is just looking at Phloxanna, waiting for her to sip and see what happens.
The bottle looks like it might be elven. Maybe it's elven whiskey.
I'll try it if you won't. He takes it.
Yeah, it's like drinking warm nectar almost. The cordial of Imladris. It's a brew that instantly brings a kind of light euphoria almost from drinking it. Like your spirits are raised. You also feel better about yourself. And in this case, it's also going to provide a bit of healing. So for anyone who does require healing, you can roll 2 of your hit die and re-roll 1s and 2s.
Awesome. I think he gets a little smile on his face, a little rosiness to his cheeks that's not from the cold, hands it back to Phloxanna. Tastes great. And then he kind of pulls up the sleeve to his jacket and he looks at his arm and he's like, "Oh, No feathers.
Phloxanna's imagination having been put to rest a bit, she will follow suit and then pass to Lolo.
Lolo takes a sip. Oh, this is tasty. Wow. And passes it off to Fred.
As you pass it to Fred, he'll pass you a little plate with like some fried bread and a sausage and like a fried tomato and hand that to you. And then he'll take some sips as well. And he'll pass a plate to everybody, including Gandalf.
Gandalf gives a polite nod and begins
That's
tasting.
such a good Gandalf noise.
Smoke sort of comes out of his nostrils and the side of his mouth. And he says, well, I believe you should tell me your tale, and then I shall tell you mine. What brings you into this this part of the wide world, my dear hobbits?
Well, for starters, Mr. Gandalf, sir, we wasn't wandering. We was moving with purpose. At that moment, a specific purpose of avoiding the wolves, but we have other purposes too. You see, there's some things going on with the Shire, and we thought maybe we could go find the big folk. And so we was set out for the purposes of going to find the big folk to see if maybe we could find the rangers or the other big folks to see if they could come, because we can't cross the bridge, and then the river's frozen, but then at the ferry there were the wolves, and then there was a ribbed white wolf, and he was talking. And we made it across, but only buried. And
Tell
then
him about the body in the water. Tell him about the body in the water. When you guys saw him.
And then there was a body in the water. And then there was like a face, and then the ice cracked. And we did see some other hobbits. Oh, and there was someone's house who fell down. And then there was some howling on the wind.
As I understand it, young Phloxanna Took,
yes,
that you have sought out assistance, for the Shire is in the grips of a terrible cold.
Well, begging your pardon, sir, it isn't just the cold that's the problem.
Oh, really?
Yeah, didn't you hear the part about the wolves?
There's bad things that are coming in, and they're eating all the game. We're gonna starve. We're gonna starve at home.
And they're trying to eat the hobbits.
When we were on the river, we encountered a large white wolf that spoke. He said his name was Gath.
You speak of Skoth.
Skoth? Yes.
Phloxanna looks at Maradoc. Didn't I say that?
Oh, really? Then it is as I feared. This time I told you my tale, young hobbits. I have been on my way to offer whatever help I may to the Shire. It was my fear that this fell winter howled from the north, and not entirely in a natural manner. I found my path, crossing with the rangers of the Dúnedain. They are led by Chieftain Argonui and his son Arador, and they are hard-pressed. Ever they have clashed with Orcs and Wargs that swarm from the Lost Kingdoms, and now they uphold their oath to defend the borders of these lands, now that this creeping evil has come to defile them. Though it has arrived much sooner than I had anticipated.
We met a ranger named Damrod, although he attacked us, and he had killed some of his kinsmen and taken their supplies.
It is these rangers that I sought. It is these rangers that...
them?
Sorry, say it again?
You knew about them?
Yes. The chieftain of the Dúnedain asked if I would seek them out, for he cannot spare men to go on a wide search of these lands. They need every man ready to defend against what is to come. And so I sought for them, but it seems, as you say, they have met a terrible end. Fear does terrible things to the minds of men. And all free peoples of Middle-earth.
He was enraged to discover that his oath meant protecting hobbits.
I'll say he was really mean. He tried to kill like all of us.
I am deeply sorry for this, to hear this, and I had only wished that I could have arrived sooner. But it seems that the truth is continued on, as I had often hoped it would. The stoutness and courage of hobbits will always remain true. He sort of like looks into the fire for a moment, takes a long draw from his pipe, and you can definitely see that he is troubled by what you have spoken of. And he says, as for the help that you seek, I've already spoken long with Chieftain Argonui, who has brought food and supplies ready to be sent to the Shire. It is not an insignificant amount, nor will it feed the Shire for the span of the remaining winter. It will, however, help for now. When the enemy is repelled, I'm sure they will find it easier to deliver aid. We must go and speak with him and his ranger kin on the morrow. But for now, should rest.
Excuse me, Mr. Gandalf, sir. You mean go to where they're all doing all the fighting?
Well, I can assure you that they are quite removed from the fighting, at least for the time being. You can do I mean, I'd probably ask you to do some kind of check to see if you can see if he's sort of like lying, but there's a definite kind of intimidating element to when he says for the time being. Like he doesn't mince his words, does Gandalf? Unless you have anything else to ask, I would suggest that you gather your remaining strength. You will need it.
Can you help Lolo? She was hurt quite badly, falling icicle.
Oh, I'm feeling a little better now, Mr. Fred. Look, it's, what is it? It's not all red and weird around the outside anymore.
See where
Magic.
where the icicle struck you then. How bad are you actually, Lolo? Or are you actually feeling pretty much back to where you were? Or because if you do look like you are still in need of aid, Gandalf will probably help.
I'm feeling like I'm about 19 out of 24 healthy.
Only 19 out of 24.
If it would help you, Lolo, Maradoc can tell a little story, and it'll allow you to roll another 2d6.
Yes, there's much that a good tale can bring to the heart. Speak, Maradoc.
Well, I am going to tell you a really interesting story. It's actually how a chicken and a cow became friends. A long time ago, when the Shire was much younger than it is now, long before I was ever born, actually long before my father and his father were ever born, there was once this farmer. I can't really remember his name right now, and I'm not really very good at telling stories. And he kind of goes on and he tells this story about a cow and a chicken becoming fast friends in this nameless farmer's farm. And hopefully that'll help you feel better, Lolo, because he feels bad that he ripped that icicle out of your shoulder.
Fred will chime in with like, oh, that must have been the hamberries of the fourth hill over on and
yeah, and I think Maradoc just agrees with you because he's embarrassed that he can't remember the name, because how can you be a good storyteller if you can't remember like things like that? So he's like, yes, that was exactly it. You've heard the story before, Mr. Fred.
Well, he thinks it's fact, and so he's like trying to give historical context throughout it, you know. He's like, well, actually, I don't think that makes sense. It would have to be.
Well, listen, Maradoc does too. So, I mean, if wolves can talk, then clearly chickens and cows can too.
We all know it wouldn't have been one of the white hens. It would have to have been one of the brown hens they're far more personable.
Is it really? Is that true?
Yes. Haven't you ever tried to gather eggs from a white hen and a brown hen?
They chase me out of the yard every time.
Yeah, that's what white hens do, but the brown ones are much better.
Huh. I just thought they didn't like me, but
You should try to distract them. Distract them with something and then get their eggs. And then stop distracting them.
I think when you say that, Lolo, I think there's this flashback in Maradoc's mind, and that he's like, wait a second, I was the distraction. Because he thinks about it. Master Cotton's wife is there with her apron out and full of eggs as he's getting chased around the yard.
So if there's anyone, any of you that have any remaining health that needs to be topped up, you find that you will strangely feel rejuvenated in the presence of Gandalf, combined with the mirror, for you're all back to full health. The morning comes, and it's almost like there's a heaviness that falls back onto you when you look at the sky, and once again, snow is beginning to drift down. The season is not easing up. However, Gandalf seems to be in fairly good spirits. He is walking back and forth, saying, "Come along now. There's plenty of. We have very far to journey and not much time to do it in. Come on, we must go." Before
now, Mr. Gandalf, the important thing is that you pack correctly if you're going to be walking a long way. And there's no point in rushing it now, because if we pack poorly, we'll walk slower the whole way. And so a little bit of preparation in the morning will go a long way towards a good journey all day long. That's what my grandfather always said. And we cannot forget about breakfast. That's right. And he'll say, Mara, why don't you see to the rashers? And I'll see to packing all of the pots and pans, except for the ones we're using now. We will have to wash those, of course, before we leave. We don't want the good pots rusting along the way.
Gandalf will sort of just shake his head, hobbits, and just leans against a tree and just waits and sort of like keeps like side-eyeing you, like as you're like making your preparations and stuff from beneath those big eyebrows. You will absolutely can take some number off your supply. In fact, I realize I haven't posted the sheet, so I'll quickly find it. Now, Gandalf is actually going to be taking the position of navigator. So if you would like to make supply and scout rolls, then that is absolutely fine by me. I'll quickly find the table.
I've already got it up.
Oh, you've already got it. Oh, excellent. That's great.
I think I just closed it accidentally, but I can get it back.
I can get it back. Good. Excellent. Yeah, so if you'd like to take off some supply, Gandalf doesn't appear to eat anything. He seems to have been quite satisfied with what you had last night.
Just tea, thank you.
Just tea, thank you.
Does anybody particularly want to do any of the jobs?
I mean, if you want to take over scout since you're not navigating anymore, that's okay with me, but I'm happy to still do it.
Yeah, I don't mind. Just so everyone's doing something.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah, I can still try and gather.
Okay.
Okay, go for it.
Yep.
Would we be able to help each other gather?
I think I was going to say anyone who isn't busy doing a job can help with the other roles. So in the morning we usually have navigation, gathering, and scouting. You don't have to worry about navigation. So whoever is gathering and scouting, do so at advantage. Great. Well, we'll start with that then. Phloxanna, what do you think you're able to gather as you continue your journey northwards, following the line of the old forest?
I think it's when they're first packing up camp, and there is tucked away, left behind, some extra parcel of supply that whatever ranger who'd made this camp had left there accidentally. A bit covered over with snow, but when she was helping wipe down one of the pans with snow, she sees this bit of leather sticking out, and oh, how useful.
That's really cool. And I think because we've found a camp, I think we'll have a D6 of supply. So if you'd like to roll a D6 and take that number for what you gain.
A 6.
Yes, there we go. Very good. So that was the gathering check. What did we get for the advantage scout roll?
You doing it, Lolo? Or do you want me to?
Sure.
Hey, go
Hold
for
on.
it.
All right. So advantage, that's 11, 17.
Very good. Yeah, you are sort of moving ahead almost. Gandalf is kind of pointing the way, and you find yourself stealing forth, minding that you don't go too close to those to the borders of that forest that you had such trouble making your way through. It is at this stage, Lolo, that I would like you to make a let's see, perception roll, please.
I don't know math. 14.
Okay. You continue on your path and you don't hear anything out of the ordinary.
I imagine Lolo's probably a little distracted because she's you know, out there with Gandalf, who she doesn't know very well, and he's like out there, and she's chasing along behind him, trying to follow, you know, like the small dog at the dog show, like little feet are going, and yeah.
Okay, very good. Yeah, so you don't hear anything, and you continue on your way. It gets to lunchtime. So if you'd like to take off a supply each for whatever it is that you tuck into, again, Gandalf doesn't seem to be wanting to take anything from what you're eating. He sort of stands, sort of looking into the distance, tutting quite loudly to himself that you decided you wanted to stop at this point. But he allows it. And then that was the afternoon. So let's see. Gathering and scouting with advantage once again. Okay. That is not a success with gathering, unfortunately. You're not able to find anything. And in terms of scouting, nothing seems to bother you, Lolo. It is hard, to be honest, because you were just following this one long line of trees on the left-hand side, and every now and then there's like a copse of them that sort of sticks out that breaks up the journey. But other than that, it's sort of like a long slog through the snow. And nothing seems to ail you. Suddenly, you hear Gandalf's voice cry out from behind you, Lolo. He's with the others. And he says, "Halt! Do not move any close. Do not continue on. Stay where you are."
Lolo just kind of freezes to the spot. And looks around to see if the ground's crumbling out from underneath her feet or something.
You actually turn just in time, Lolo, to see a smaller tree, not like a big wide tree, quite a young tree, sort of like shake, almost as if like something has just moved past it. "Stay where you are," says Gandalf. And you see him sort of like lift his staff and you almost see as if like light is beginning to flicker in the stone that he put into it last night to illuminate the way. He takes one step towards you and then another. Do not move. And then a figure steps out from the forest. A ranger. Gandalf lets his breath go. There is no need for such subterfuge. We are well on our way back to your chieftain now. This ranger, much younger than the haggard Damrod that you'd met before, says, Gandalf, I come with news. They are coming. I was bid to find you. But there is no time, says Gandalf. Come, hobbits. We must press on, quickly. You find all of a sudden that him and the ranger are just rushing ahead. And you have to try as hard as you can to keep up with him. This pace is kept for a long time until eventually, upon the horizon, to the borders of this forest, Gandalf and this ranger lead you to another encampment. This one is much more visible than the one that had been hidden. That would probably house 3 or 4 rangers. This, even though you've probably never seen one in your entire life, is a forward position camp. This is like a military position of a camp. And you can see that it has been nestled between some trees, like one of those copses that stick out of the wood line. Gandalf is sort of like in hurried conversation with this ranger as you press on towards this camp. Almost like a number of rangers who are sort of like standing guard, bows ready, sort of see that Gandalf's coming along and like immediately just move aside, let him go. He doesn't even like stop in his tracks as like he passes into the camp. And all of a sudden, overwhelmingly, you are surrounded by the big folk. Now, it was weird enough encountering potentially your first big folk in the middle of a scary forest. It is completely different to be thrust into an environment where there are rangers moving backwards and forwards, some carrying bustles of arrows, other moving swords and daggers from one side of the camp to the other. Fires are being lit. This is a camp that's preparing for conflict. What's rushing through your minds as you are just dropped into this environment?
Fred thinks that he should have said something when we were about to run, when Gandalf said, well, when they told Gandalf that they were coming, that Fred should have been like, actually, I think, Gandalf, this is where we're gonna just go a different direction. But he sort of swept up in it, and now it's too late, and they're definitely in like a war camp, and all these men are so big, and everyone's got huge weapons, and it's really a lot. And so he's mostly trying to like puff his chest out and look like he belongs here, and look like he's not scared, mostly.
As you pretend to not scared, like a ranger almost like walks into you and sort of does that like thing where you sort of hop around something where you realize something is there just in time, like looking down and then like busying like away, not even really sort of acknowledging who or what you are. Sorry, Phloxanna, I think you're about to speak.
I think like just behind Frederigar, Phloxanna is trying to stay very close to perhaps Lolo and Maradoc if they're both staying close as well, and trying to sort of huddle and get out of the way and not be run over, because it's clear that these big folk are not used to looking down, and hobbits are quite short compared to the big folk, and Phloxanna doesn't like feeling quite short. She's quite tall for her age and for being a hobbit, but it's overwhelming, and it makes her feel invisible in a way that she doesn't like.
As soon as we got into the camp, Lolo went 100% slack jaw yokel, like looking up at everybody. What is happening? And she probably like I'd imagine that she probably just stopped, like fight, flight, freeze. She froze up until the current of Phloxanna and Mary like bundled her up and started scooching her like off to the side. She's still probably pretty stunned.
Yeah, and I think it's not going to be a surprise. Mara is totally overwhelmed. Maybe he'd like to puff out his chest, but he's just can't. He's not even thinking. His brain is just, exactly, but not quite. He's not doing the freeze of Lolo. He's doing the flight. And I think he just grabs her and kind of shuttles her off. Come on, Miss Brandybuck, we're gonna get run over by all these big people. We've almost been run over like 3, 4, 5 times now. As there, like another one bumps into us, and I just
excuse me. Fred will say as someone like steps on him.
Nice. And I think Maradoc is looking for someplace safe where we can like take shelter. We're not gonna get run over by these big people.
I love it, and I think it's a perfectly natural reaction for you hobbits to feel this. It's just overwhelming and busy. Everything is so hurried. Everything is so pacey, not relaxed at all. And then all of a sudden, you see Gandalf's pointed hat sticking out the side of a tent. He goes, "Come along, hobbits, keep up." You find yourself being sort of drawn into this wide pavilion of a tent, and inside there are a number of these tall, gaunt-looking men with dark hair and even darker expressions as they watch Gandalf, this huddled old man, speaking to an individual who stands before him. He looks incredibly regal with a long dark beard with black hair pulled back from his face. And you overhear Gandalf call this man Argonui, which I'll put in the chat. Chieftain Argonui. And this stern, regal man speaks and he says, "Do you bring grim tidings, Gandalf? Already we have ill news to last us the season. The orcs advance in terrible numbers. My son, Arador, says that we should hold here and fight. But we cannot. We must fall back. Better to harry the enemy and lead them to better ground. We will fight from a position of strength. We will lead them closer to the Brandybuck." If any of you would like to make a lore history check at that point, that would be great. Particularly when you hear the name Brandybuck. Okay, so Phlox and Fredegar, you actually do know that name, the Brandybuck. You know that is the name that the big folk call the Brandywine. If that is actually down to an old Hobbit misinterpretation that they call it the Brandywine River at all. It's actually Branduin. That comes off the Anduin. That's why it's called that. And you both then understand that that's what they mean. This chieftain of the Dúnedain is talking about leading the enemy so that they have their backs to this river.
That will take them to the Shire, and frankly, sir, I don't think that's wise.
There is a moment where your voice is heard clear throughout the pavilion, throughout this tent, and the noise just stops. And this regal man is looking at Gandalf, and he just turns, and then like wonder just falls across his face. And And you're starting to get used to this look because anyone who is in a Hobbit looks at you and goes, "What are you?" That's the look that falls across his face. And he says, "Could it be that my eyes deceive me? Gandalf, are these the small folk that you spoke of? Forgive me," he says. And he Hobbits, forgive me.
Or Shire folk.
Shire folk. Gandalf tells me that is the name of the land beyond the river.
It is, and that's where we live. And the Brandywine, the Brandybuck, is very close to our lands. It's in our lands, and we'd be quite concerned about you bringing whatever it is to our lands.
And some of the Brandybucks do live on this side of it.
That's true. And then Lolo realizes she spoke and she tries to make herself even smaller because she's mortified that Fred brought this attention to them. Like,
and there's a lot of attention. The stern Dúnedain, the tower over you all are just sort of like looking at you in perplexed and in wonder, as I say. And it's actually Gandalf that speaks up, and he says, "I do not need to remind you of your oath, Argonui, son of Arador, but they speak the truth. That will lead the ranks of the enemy to the very doorstep of those you are sworn to protect. You stand among 4 of their number here now, and they may announce themselves. Your names," he says with like a hiss, and he sort of like maybe jabs at Yamara with his staff. "Your names."
I think Maradoc pulls off that faded yellow hat that he has, pulls it off, pulls it down in front of him. You know, he's got that feather, so the feather kind of hits him in the face like this, and he's like, and he kind of moves the hat out of the way, and the feather moves, and he's like, "Maradoc, Hornblower, my lord," and he does this bow that looks very comical as he tries to bend at the waist.
Phloxanna Took. And she'll like look at Maradoc and then do a little like bob, which might pass for a curtsy. It's not, but yeah.
Lolo literally looks like she wants to melt into the floor. Her eyes are enormous. Her feet shuffle, and she said, "Lobelia Brandybuck, sir. Lobelia, Lolo, if you please, though, Lolo."
And I'm Frederigar, Bracegirdle.
And I'm Argonui, son of Arathorn, chieftain of the Dúnedain, and I do wonder what knowledge you have of the enemy.
Begging your pardon, you chieftain, but which one?
Speak freely.
Well, there's the wolves, or there's the men.
The men. Which men do you speak of?
Well, there was that one really big, scary one. Tried to kill us. It was that one.
Argonui shoots like a sort of like a confused look at Gandalf, and Gandalf just like gives him like a dark look, like and he says, "This is the cost of war, Argonui. It would appear that one of your number, failed to uphold his oath and turned to evil."
Failed to uphold. That's not the statement.
Unfortunately, these hobbits encountered this damn rod of Cardalan. Perhaps, if it is not too troubling to you, perhaps you may recount to the chieftain what happened.
Well, we found him in the old forest, or he found us, maybe. And, well, we went to his camp with him and cooked him quite a nice dinner, I will say, and offered it to him and everything. And he ate it. But then his thoughts turned dark, and we talked about the Shire, and he was very upset to discover that it was hobbits that he was protecting. And, well, he turned on us, and we fought him.
And
We
his
won.
fingers were black.
That's right, his fingers were black.
Which is the perils of the winter, says Gandalf. And Argonui is sort of like looking at each of you in turn. And he says, the Craven, I curse his name. Would seem that he was afraid, perhaps, that you would betray his deserting if you were to find us, which he knew you surely would. My men patrol all these lands from here to afar. He would have known this. And I thank you for your service.
We found, well, and he'll pull out Sky Point, which is the like Numenorian thing that he found. These, and I think rightfully they belong to you. Now, I have used it to defend myself, but I don't think that they belong to us hobbits. And so he'll like clunk it onto the table.
And we're real sorry that, you know, that he's dead. Well, but begging your pardon, Mr. Chieftain, sir, we didn't really have another choice.
I'm sorry too, he says. This war has had a terrible cost. That is no excuse. No excuse. He looks upon Sky Point that you've produced, Frederica, and you know once again that it's almost like as you draw it and remove it from your cloak, there's like the slightest red flash that appears as it catches the light almost. And he says, if I may, and with your permission, he takes up the spearhead and he examines it. And he says, these are forged weapons of Westernesse. Their equal will be rare to find indeed. He rests it back upon the table, perhaps where you laid it. He says, for your service, it is yours.
Oh.
They all are.
Well, well, I'll do my best to make or continue their proud legacy.
Argonui, I was telling the hobbits that I had had a formal discussion with you about the matter of providing supply to the Shire. Now, I do understand that that is not something that you have been doing in the past. I understand that you're rather busy just defending the borders.
Excuse me, Mr. Gandalf, but we hadn't told him about the wolves yet.
Oh, yes. Please, speak.
She like looks at Fred. Maybe you better tell him. Because she's considering how she told Gandalf and apparently none of it went through.
As we were making our way out of the Shire, we were cut off from crossing. It was the Brandybuck, right, that we'd crossed. Yeah. From crossing that river that you spoke of by a great many wolves. And one of them was a great white wolf, and he spoke. And he said his name was Skoth. And, well, he wanted to eat us.
He went into the water, but we're not sure if he could swim.
Those are wargs, says Argonui, and his face just goes pale.
We're pretty sure they're in the Shire. Some people's gone missing when they went looking for help.
My father fell to their kind. They're not just animals, they are monsters. And you have my respect more than ever if you were to encounter these wargs. They say their leader is fur as white as snow. and eyes as red as the last sunset of autumn.
And real big teeth.
He nods. It seems that the Shire is as hard pressed as we, the Dúnedain. It seems that I, as chieftain, have left my duties fall short.
Well, don't be so hard on yourself. I think you have a lot of things, many irons in the fire, and we've done all right mostly. But now, well, we're quite little, and the wolves are quite large, and it's quite difficult for us to fight them.
And you couldn't have really known, because you were a bit busy over with the orcs, and so that's why we four came out, was to find the big folk and find the rangers like you, because we've all heard that the rangers do the protecting, but I don't really see you around.
Yeah, he looks at you and considers you, and he says, "This is the hour that I need every ranger to help with the defense of these lands. But there is a sled that is driven by faithful hounds. It is able to glide across the surface of the snow rather than trudge like the pack mules that we often use. And upon that sled are supplies for your folk and your families. And I pledge that more will come in time. And our attention must remain fixed on the battle to come. But, given what you have spoke of about these wargs, it would be foolhardy for us not to send you without an escort. At least as far as they can towards the Brandybuck. But should the orcs and the wargs strike, it would be wise of you to make a hasty retreat while we hold them at bay."
Well, it's our home, the Shire, and we're going to defend it if they're trying to come into the Shire. And if you're going to defend it, then we might as well stand with you. He says, thinking like, well, that's just the right thing to do. And then he sees the faces of everybody else, all the other hobbits, and thinks, oh.
Do any of you react to this proclamation?
I think Maradoc has kind of rolled up the brim of his hat in his hands, and he goes, "Excuse me, Lord, Chieftain Argonui, sir. You did mention orcs, and they're not real, are they? Right? Like, my grandfather used to always tell me that it was just something my mother would use to get me to go to bed. But I mean, they're not real, right? Just, no, they are real, aren't they?"
Yeah, you know that all of the Dúnedain in this area sort of like share a dark look, as if like it's almost as if it's a fancy that orcs are just of the things of nightmares. But you see these men that have literally been pushed to breaking point with battling.
Yeah, these are hard men.
Orcs, yeah. Yeah. And they say, and Gandalf says, "Oh no, the orcs are not just of stories. In fact, you might find that they are very much worse than the stories they tell in the Shire. You would hope, Master Maradoc, that you do not have to confront such an enemy. Which is why I think it's entirely foolhardy for Frederick Hardbottle to make such a request. You can fall back to the Shire.
Well, Mr. Gandalf, I think it's very foolhardy for me to expect other people to die to defend where I'm from.
Frederick, don't you think we have enough things to be fighting a little closer to home?
But it is our home. That's where they're going to fight them. And they're going to be right there. And we're just going to be what? Sitting in our comfy hobbit holes?
Master Fred, we have a lot of hobbits actually looking that are needing these supplies, and we're running around being heroes like these big ranger folk. Then they're not going to get those supplies, right? He's going to look over to Lolo. Come on, Lolo.
Yep, I think that it's very important that we bring the supplies back. That's like most of the reason why they sent us out.
I think he looks at you very imploringly, Fred, with this really very exaggerated nod.
You will have this evening to discuss this, says Gandalf. I am in no position to tell any of you what you should or shouldn't be doing at this appointed hour. But you are brave enough and hold the courage to leave the borders of the Shire. This is a characteristic that is uncommon amongst your kind. I will not tell you to flee if you do not wish to, but you have my gravest warning that if you should stay, you may not return to the home that you sought to save. I have other preparations to make. He draws himself up. I'm sure that the Rangers here will accommodate you. And Argonui gives a nod, and Dúnedain are there ready to escort you away unless you have any other questions. For now is the time for you all to take counsel among yourselves. If that's the case, then you are led from here and you are taken to a much smaller tent. A fire crackles outside. You're able to warm yourselves. You don't have to worry about supply at this point. You are entirely accommodated for. You are in a place of relative security for now, at least. Speak as you may. What do you want to do? The choices are effectively you take the sled and you go for it back to the Shire, or you stay.
We're in a little tent right now, right? No more big people. It's just us.
You're left on your own. Yeah, everything around you is obviously a bit bigger. So the stools that you sit on, you'd have to actually climb onto, but you are left alone.
Lolo looks a little more relaxed, and then suddenly her brows go down, and her little fists clench, and she looks at Fred and she says, Mr. Fred, what were you thinking? We were sent on a mission. Leave the Shire, find help, bring back supplies. And we did all of these things except bring back the supplies. That's the last thing we have left to do.
But I never knew that there was people who are fighting and dying so that we can live comfortably. It doesn't seem fair or right.
I hear what you're saying, but I mean, you are clearly, because you're a very big hobbit with a big sword, but the rest of us aren't equipped to be able to we're not martially trained like you are, and so if like when we go hunting, if people who aren't trained to go hunting go with us, it does more harm than good.
Yes. You're right. We have to bring the supplies back. People are waiting on them. But I just mean, if they're going to be fighting at the Brandywine, and there are so many hobbits in the Shire, and all of them can throw stones or something. If we could stop these men dying needlessly, then we should do that.
Well, maybe we can go home and we can get a little organizing. We can get some of the hay forks and some torches, and we can get the rocks. And I'm sure there's some other people that have the knives to cut things, and you know, some of the Brandybucks do good hunting, and maybe, you know, I don't think we could really do much against something as big as an orc, but maybe at least we could band together and clear the bridge of whatever's on the bridge. Maybe it's more the wargs. Wolves.
Both, I think. Yes. I didn't mean to say we shouldn't bring back the supplies. I mean to say that if they're going to be fighting so close to our home, that it would be craven of us to do nothing, to sit and drink tea and eat until we are fat while these men and women die to keep our land safe. We cannot let that happen. Damrod was a cruel man, but he was, when I saw the look on his face, when he realized what he had given his life to, well, it made me think. They don't even know what they're protecting. And yet still every day they go and they fight and they die. It's not right. So I say that we take the sled and we go and we bring back what we can. And when we get to the Shire, we find every hobbit who's willing and able to throw a stone, to shoot a bow, to fire a sling, and to hold a pitchfork, and we help.
We're going to need some advice. Oh, go ahead.
I think Master Fred is right. Yep, he's right.
Okay, but we're going to need some advice and some instructions, because, I mean, herding hobbits is hard enough when there's like a party to get to, and herding hobbits when it's a battle.
Well, the chieftain said that he might send an escort with us, and maybe those who come with us could show us how to stand properly and shoot a bow properly, things like that.
The suggestion he made, just so I can make it clear, because I know we've been talking about it a lot. He did say, yeah, like as you say, they could escort you as they sort of are falling back to the Brandywine, because you both will effectively be going in the same direction anyway. What he's really saying is, if the battle breaks out, there's no guarantee they're going to be able to keep you safe if they're struck by the forces that approach. So then it's a case of whether you flee or stay. So yeah.
So
yeah,
I guess,
I think Maradoc's going to do whatever Fred does. He probably doesn't say it quite so much out loud, but whatever, he's got it in his mind that he's going to do whatever Fred does. That's like kind of his idol right now.
yeah, Fred would sort of be of the opinion we bring the supplies back, and then we get every hobbit we can find who's willing, and we go and stand at the bridge. And if we see them fighting, then we go and help. That kind of thing, you know, help in whatever way is possible. Throwing rocks and stuff, hobbits are good at that, you know. But anything would make a difference, probably, you know.
Phloxanna would suggest that rather than going and fighting, perhaps the hobbits could arrange themselves such that the bridge is a safe point, and could be held.
Maybe we could set up a field hospital for wounded Dúnedain
with hot tea and rashers and
Good tobacco. Yeah, just what a wounded Dúnedain needs.
maybe even a little bit of sugar in the tea. I think I've still got some in the pantry somewhere.
But yeah, he just wants to do something as opposed to just like, oh, thanks for this stuff. We're going to go back to our lives now and you'll just die on our border to keep us safe. Like, I think he never knew that, he never knew that that's what was happening. And that's why there's no hassle in the Shire. But seeing it and seeing how like bedraggled the men are here and how like exhausted and afraid they are, like it would just, I think it runs counter to him. And I think it runs counter to being a hobbit to just do nothing. Like they have to help, I think.
It's a definite truth that each of you find difficult and uncomfortable. And upon learning it, that that's never ever going to change. You're never ever going to be able to forget what you've learned. Obviously, you've been through a lot in terms of danger, but to learn, as Brendan Grass put it, that there are these people out here fighting to defend your borders. So, after a good while of counsel, and you're able to feed yourself and warm yourself by this fire, Gandalf arrives. He says, well, what foolhardy decision have you come to now? He looks very grumpy now.
Well, we've come to the decision that we're bringing the supplies back to the Shire, and I'm going to round up all the hobbits who are brave enough, and we're going to help them. I'm going to help these men.
We're going to set up at the Brandywine Bridge, and we're going to have the hay forks and the rocks and the knives and the bows for hunting, but except not really hunting this time. And well, I guess maybe it's kind of like hunting. I don't know. Is a fight like hunting? And then on the other side of the bridge, we can have bandages and hot water and tea, and Maradoc said maybe some tobacco for smoking, so that if somebody needs a break, we can give them a little break and maybe put a bandage on them.
He sort of is listening attentively, and his grumpy demeanor kind of melts away and it falls into a smile. And he says, very good. Very good. We still have some journeying to do before we reach the Shire anyway. You have come far. We still lie upon the eastern side of the old forest. We still need to head north before we head west. It is unwise for us to come the way you came, I'm afraid. Keep the forest to our flank, and we shall journey to the Brandywine.
Mr. Gandalf, do you know who used to own Maradoc's hat?
He looks Maradoc, and he kind of just gives you like a look up and down. He goes, no, I do not know. Is it some form of keepsake or hand-me-down from his father?
It's a treasure. I found it in an old house down on the Whitwillow.
The Withy Window, you say?
Well, yeah, that's what I meant. Withy Window.
Well, that is rather peculiar. Though many strange tales have come from the old forest, there is talk of an individual who resides within the heart of the old forest. One I have not had the pleasure of speaking with. But one day.
Do you think he'll want the hat back then, Mr. Gandalf?
Gandalf eyes it from where Frederigar had taken it from you and thrown it on the fire. It's like a scorch mark right to it. And he just goes, no, I fear no one will want this hat, Maradoc. I think you are probably its sole keeper for the rest of its remaining life.
I think he looks at it fondly when Gandalf says that.
May it keep the snow from your brow, Master Hornblower. This is your final decision, then?
We'll take the supplies, and we'll rush back to the Shire, and then we'll make ready.
We shall journey with you. I will remain, though, should it come to it, I fear I will have to remain where the fighting is.
Well, you just be extra careful, Mr. Gandalf, because when this is all over, and when spring comes, we're going to need a real big party, and we're going to need some fireworks.
He nods and he says, "Oh yes, that you can be sure of. When the seasons turn and the sun warms the pastures of these lands, we shall enjoy it again. Allow that to give you courage. Thoughts of spring." He says, "I will speak with you again before you leave. I will not have you vanishing into the wilds without the right help." The supply, as I am told, is just beyond, and he sort of gestures. It seems that the Shire will be in for a feast or two, though I would urge them to enjoy it sparingly, and more will soon be on its way. That I promise.
Well, we've been rationing quite carefully on our trip so far.
Yeah, so I saw. And he sort of like makes note of the lavish breakfast that you thrown together before even considering setting
Those are
off
tight
that wedding.
rations for a hobbit.
Yes, as I hear. Very well. I shall speak with you in any case before you leave our company. And with a smile, he sort of gives like an incline of his head and vanishes off into the encampment on other business. So the next morning, you're able to rest and actually have a good night's sleep. You don't have to guard at all or anything. You sleep in relative comfort, and the procession begins. You know, as you have slept, that a lot of the tear down of the camp has already been done, and a procession of rangers awaits as you emerge, well breakfasted on the supplies that they have brought. Yeah, it's a convoy of rangers, although if you have a keener eye, you could tell that around this convoy there is likely a perimeter of rangers that scout ahead, like a whole mass version of what you've been doing as you've made your hazardous journey to this position. These rangers know exactly what to do to ensure that there are plenty of scouts, so they can't be surprised by aggressors. And the journey begins. You don't need to make any checks. You are being scouted for, navigated for, and gathered for. But if there is anything that you wish to discuss on your journey, you may absolutely do so. I should point out, your supplies are being driven on a sled by 4 hounds. They look kind of like huskies almost, and they kind of drive this sled, and it glides easily over the snow. So if you wish, you could just sit on that rather than tire yourself out walking. And if there's anything you wish to discuss, now's the time.
Fred would think that actually we would slow down the procession quite dramatically if we were walking. Like, we're not as fast as a man running or as a dog running. And I imagine the Dúnedain spend all day and all night just running. And so we'd be like making them go at a slow pace. So I think that's how he would rationalize it to himself, that he gets to sit on the sled. He would be spoiling the dogs just comically. Probably occasionally gets a stern look from the Dúnedain who are like, "You shouldn't spoil them. They have to run all day." He's like, okay. And he's sliding them rashers and sausages to the dogs all day. But yeah.
So the day goes past, and the thing that is of most worry to you is what's always been, is the weather once again. Snow closing in around you, and although you do have that comforting thought that there's a perimeter of rangers watching your back, it does beg the question, what if something could break through the perimeter? What if something could move through the snow without notice? If you were to look at the map that Frederigar was given, you would note that you're sort of right on the corner of the old forest, and right on the very borders of the Barrow Downs, moving away from such an ill-fated land. As you come to rest for the first night, you're able to make camp and rest.
I think because
yeah.
we're on the sled all day, Fred would offer to keep the first watch so that some of the poor Dúnedain can like take a break. Because we're sitting on the sled all day, I think like we're napping, we're like whatever. So he would offer to do that.
That's excellent. I really like that idea. So Frederigar, what's running through your mind as you're sat on part of the perimeter of this encampment that's been made, hidden amidst the winter landscape?
I think Fred feels a sense of like duty for maybe the first time in his life. It's really affected him, like learning all this about the Shire, and that like we get to live comfortably while these people like struggle every day. And I think he like is taking it very seriously, maybe more seriously than anything before in his life. So he's sort of thinking on that and making sure that he's like, he feels his stomach rumble. He thinks like, nope, I have a job to do. I shouldn't go and get something to eat right now. I should wait until it's not my job anymore. Little things like that, which, for a Hobbit maybe wouldn't be standard behavior. So he's taking it very seriously.
And as you were sort of you feel like this sense of purpose, giving you courage and helping you keep your eyes open as the night closes in. It won't require a check of any kind for you to notice that beyond the borders of the camp, it's almost like you see a sort of like a flash of gold for a moment. You see something in the far distance of whatever light that this camp is, what little light that this camp is throwing. Like most of this is a cold camp, really. You imagine the fires have been dug into fire pits as you've been on the move and stuff. But you do catch a glimpse of something gold in the darkness. And as you do, I need you to perform a wisdom saving throw, please, Fred.
Oh, jeez. Come on, Fred. A 14.
Cold be hand and heart and bone, and cold be sleep under stone, never more to wake on stony bed, never till the sun fails and the moon is dead. You lurch to your feet, Fred. And you almost have like a memory, as I think you suggested, that perhaps you're a far ancestor or some story that you had that connected you to that tale, those words. You see something that's darker than dark, a shadow within the shadow. And then within those shadows, you see a pale hand reach out. It rattles as it does. Terrible gold rings and trinkets hang from its wrists as it does so. I need the rest of you hobbits to perform a perception roll of some kind, or any other roll that you could argue that would help you notice what is happening as Fred starts wandering into the darkness. Wow, those are great rolls. What did Mara get?
My hat keeps getting in my way.
While Mara gives a loud, long snore, Lolo, you got the highest, so you'll probably notice just a bit before Phloxanna. What brings it to your attention that Fred is suddenly like walking off into the middle of the night on his watch?
He stopped talking. Like normally Fred, even when he's not talking at us, he's just words, and he's kind of chattering and mumbling to himself while he sits there and he sharpens his sword and does his thing or puffs on his pipe. He still talks around the pipe. So when at some point in the night, Lolo just noticed the quiet. There were no mumblings from Fred, and so she turns and looks, and then sees that Fred is just kind of a little slumped, and eyes fixed and moving. And then she turns to, she turns to Phloxanna and sees Phloxanna's brows are probably furrowed, noticing the same thing.
Do you think he sees something?
I can't tell. I mean, it looks like he's staring.
Fred! Fred!
You can each we've already done quite a good perception check, so I think if you were to sort of like look where you're going, your eyes probably follow, and you see that it's almost like there's a tunnel dug into the night sky that he's walking towards, just a void, an emptiness.
That can't be good. And Lolo's gonna run up, and I don't know what she's thinking, but she's gonna run up and she's gonna like grab Fred's belt and try to like pull him, like stop him from moving.
And I'll grab Lolo.
Yeah, you absolutely do so. And Fred, you basically feel this presence guiding you towards the darkness. This terrible hand is just beckoning you into a darkness of its own making. And then suddenly you feel the ground fall out beneath you. You are tumbling backwards, and then the cold of the snow falling across your face brings you back into your own being. Startled, you look up, and there is no sign of a hand or a shadow.
What? Where am I?
Where were you going?
I don't know. There was a hand. Gold.
No, there wasn't.
Yes, there was.
Uh-huh.
No, there was like a big blackness, and you were like walking towards it.
There wasn't anybody there.
I heard it speak.
Are we too close to the barrows?
The bad place we weren't supposed to go? I have no idea. I don't know where we are. Gandalf just kind of took over and
Should we wake him up?
You should tell one of the Dúnedain.
Which? Oh, the Rangers.
Yes.
It's at this moment that you see one of the Dúnedain who had been in the pavilion with the chieftain is striding from one place to the other, maybe changing his duties.
Oi!
He sort of stops and sort of like turns and like hand on the hilt of his sword, like he like pulls his cloak aside and just walks towards you. Master Hobbits.
I heard a noise and I saw a golden hand, and
And
I
he was
don't
walking. He was
don't
walking
remember what
away.
happened. Yeah, I was walking, but I don't remember walking.
There have been others who have walked from our camp, the man says. He has a fairly youthful complexion in comparison to the other Dúnedain. You may or may not know this, probably not, but you don't know if the Dúnedain like longevity in the way that they do. But this guy looks like he's much more youthful than the others. But he speaks with a stern voice of some knowledge. And he says, you would not have been the first to wander into the darkness from our camps, Master Hobbit. There is an evil in these lands, descended from our kind, they say. A terrible war, with an even more terrible cost. Sorry, go ahead.
I think Fred would just say, well, how do we stop it? I don't want to wander off in the night.
There is no stopping it, he says.
Well, I mean, we stopped him, so.
Well, then you have your answer.
Well, that's not an answer. You can't have three hobbits per watch.
We're going to have to.
Well, we could tie ourselves to each other again like we did on the river.
That's a great idea.
Maybe you guys should try that.
Gives a nod. And he says, I'm afraid we've not been introduced. I am Arador. I am son of Argonui.
Oh, you'll be chieftain someday.
Perhaps, he says. I've seen many men, and he sort of like looks out into the darkness. Many men, older and more experienced than I, have fallen. But should the day come, yes, it will be me. And long has my father spoken about the responsibility of being chieftain. He's told me many times about the oath of, what was his name? King Argaleb II, that's right. Now we Dúnedain are sworn to defend the borders of your lands. Tell me, what are your lands like?
Well, right now they're all snowy, but the springtime, real lovely. The summertime, so pretty, and the fall is, it's perfect. Fall's my favorite. Harvest and the apples. Oh, you're gonna get the best cider.
Autumn, you'd call it.
I see. Well,
The lands are rich and very welcoming. You should come when you can, and we'll cook you something nice.
there are not many of the Dúnedain that wander beyond the borders that we protect. But as chieftain, if I ever become it, I will have that honor.
Just seems a little odd. I know you hadn't really asked me, but it seems a little odd that you spend so much time going around the edges, but you don't ever pop in and say hello. We'd be real glad to meet you and to say thank you.
In the time that you have dwelled in these lands, have you ever known before this time the peace to ever be disturbed? Say for old Gandalf appearing once or twice.
No,
There's
never.
Stories. There's stories.
And so it works.
But
Though I
we
bet you-
never knew that you have to fight all the time. We didn't know that. And so maybe we could fix that. Maybe, once a year at some festival or something, some of your people could come and we'd do a feast or something. And then we'd know better what you're doing and we could help.
Hobbits throw excellent parties.
No, in my time of learning, of errantry, of wandering in preparation to become the chieftain of the Dúnedain, I've learned many things, and I've not just dwelled in the wilds, but among the company of men. There is such an expression as Bree talk. The people of that town, well, their tongues waggle quite a bit. Rumour grows from that town like an uncontrolled garden. Perhaps you understand that comparison. There is another kind of talk that I've heard of too. Shire talk. And that is something you have heard. Shire talk is it's kind of like the fond expression of, like, if someone's talking about it soon, like 20 people will be talking about it within the same day, So it is kind of you, and it is becoming of your characters that you offer such help so freely. But this has been the way for many years. But if I am to become chieftain, if that day does come, then I would consider it an honor for you four to be liaisons to my kin.
Fred will puff out his chest. He doesn't know what liaisons means, but it sounds important. So he'll puff out his chest and say, we'd like that. And he'll look at the others like, would we?
Excuse me, sir, I know you didn't ask, but just because something's always been done one way doesn't really mean it's a good idea. You see, my old gaffer, he used to always try and grow these crops on this one hill that was on the north side. And every year, the crops, they just wouldn't turn out. And he kept trying and he kept trying and he kept trying. And it wasn't until he was so old that my old dad took over. And then my dad decided that maybe we shouldn't try and grow crops on that one. Maybe we should plant the thing and we should let the goats out on that one. And so now the goats take that hill and it works like a charm.
And I'm sure there is much wisdom in those words. Even the wisdom I was unable to detect myself, he says with a smile. And I give you my word that it comes to the point that you take that position and I am the chieftain of the Dúnedain for what is left of us. We shall assess the relationship between our lands. But I do not go against my father's will. Especially in what is, to his words, will be the last battle of his life.
Well, then maybe you and your dad should come around for a spot of tea sometime. We don't have to host the whole Dúnedain. We don't have to host all of it, just a couple.
He smiles. Be at peace and rest. I cannot sleep anyway. I shall guard if it is your wish.
Make sure there's someone with you so you don't wander off.
And you should try them together, like Lolo said.
Yes, it's a very good idea. We shall see to it. And see to it they do. Maybe you have trouble sleep. Fred, you probably do. You don't forget that. And the others probably saw it as just what is that over there? You definitely saw some evil entity reaching for you. Who knows? Maybe you'll be able to come to terms with it one day, but that is not for you to think of just now. The next day is much the same as the first. You continue on your trek through the snow, and the snow is not letting up. It's getting worse and worse. It is howling around you. And it comes to the middle of the day. And I need you all to do a perception check, please. Very good. Phlox is on the perception today. She's, eyes of a hawk. Phloxanna, you might wish that you weren't the person to see this, I'm afraid. There, through the howling wind, you look up. At this point, you are sort of moving your way through an escarpment, or past an escarpment, a sort of raised, very steep, almost cliff-like level next to you. And you see, in the midst of this terrible snow and howling winds, a figure just standing atop this hill, still as a statue. There is a kind of like strange way that it holds itself.
Phloxanna will poke whoever's sitting to her left. Which of you three is it? No scopes.
It's not Fred. I've been talking too much, so it's not Fred.
Okay, it's probably me. Ow!
Look.
What? And Lolo looks, and it's still snowing, right? She's squinting.
That's not a ranger, right? It doesn't look like a ranger.
I can't tell.
Squint harder.
Does it look tall? They're all tall.
Squint harder.
Over the wind, a shout goes up among the rangers. Other people have spotted this figure. You then see, the rest of you can see as well, that through the snow, as uniformed and as expertly as possible, all of a sudden, they just appear. The rangers appear in different areas, closing in on where this figure is. You see bows are out, swords are drawn, daggers are held inverted like that as they all converge on this point. And the ranger closest to this figure looks upon it and falls to his knees and just bows his head in what is complete agonizing sorrow. More rangers converge in around this point and are clearly consoling him as a body of one of his comrades is removed from the pike that he's been put upon on the escarpment above.
What's everybody looking at?
Oh no.
Yeah, like a wail.
Who would do such a terrible thing? It couldn't be wolves, right? Wolves
They don't have
can't.
thumbs.
They make a play at our perimeter, one whisper says. They risk much attacking us in our greatest strength, another says. Like there's kind of like hushed whispers and words of seething anger that one of their kin has just been slain and hung out this way.
We should make sure we stick together.
that night there is an even a much more somber feeling in the camp. You know that you are now a day, if that, from your destination. The quick march of the Rangers and your sled has meant that your journey back has actually been significantly faster, despite the snow. Yeah, there is a feeling of mourning and of concern. There aren't many, not that I don't know whether it would occur to you really as hobbits with limited experience of this perhaps, but there aren't many enemies within the orcs that could outmatch rangers in stealth, shall we say. So for this to happen sort of like within their perimeter, it's pretty horrifying, and you know that the cause of that is the blizzard.
Yeah, Fred feels a bit helpless because he doesn't know how he can help. He's like not as trained as everybody else. And so him offering to like, oh, I'll stand in the perimeter, like doesn't make any sense. He's too slow, he's too little, he doesn't know how, like, you know, and so he wants to help and wants to assist, but doesn't know how.
I think Maradoc's been feeling pretty safe up until this moment, you know, with all these rangers, and somewhere in this snowstorm is Gandalf. But to see that is very sobering, I think, for him. He just kind of very much mouth agape, just slowly nods his head when Fred says that. Kind of looks at his the other hobbits. He goes, yeah, we should definitely stay close together. Strength in numbers, right?
I think that even though we've got a really good escort, I think we should be on our guard also, so that we can protect each other in case we need to.
I agree.
Can you just make a perception check for me, please? $61. Here's a
Did you
cent.
say 800 damage?
Lloyd's been rolling a D100 this whole time.
Wow. Well, Maradoc, you have the highest there. This noise isn't too hard to miss, but you're the one that perceives what happens first. You hear a as hundreds of objects start slamming into the ground around your tent and into the top of your tent as it catches ablaze. A flaming arrow lands between you all. Horns go up, a cry, a shout, and a ring of steel as the Dúnedain prepare to receive whatever is attacking them. Then you hear the cries in the night. A battle cry that is animalistic and powerful is met by a deeper cry to the other flank of the encampment. The orcs are upon you, and that's where we're going to take our break. The terrible, piercing cry of orc war horns pierce the air, and a storm of movement is around you. You can feel the heavy footsteps of the Dúnedain rushing to position. You can feel heat around you as I said, Mara, you looked up and you see that one of these fiery arrows basically pierced through the tent and landed between you. Others have set the top of your tent ablaze. I've taken your initiative. We're not going to fall into it just yet, but it is ready for when the time comes, because it will come. At this point, however, what do you do? In fact, you know what? We will go with initiative. So we will say, Lolo, you go first.
We've got to get out of the tent. It's burning. Quickly, we have to find cover. This is we're in an encampment. So I imagine it looks like a rough encampment would, with several tents, now some of which are ablaze or starting to become ablaze. But I imagine that there's also like an assortment of like crates, barrels, wagon perhaps. So I think Lolo would grab her bow, which is already strung, and her quiver, and she would run out of the tent, look around quickly, and try to find a nearby wagon or cart that a hobbit could fit underneath, because that's her instinct is find cover.
Find cover, absolutely. So you're able to basically crawl beneath a wagon as chaos is erupting around you. Fred, you see Lolo go. What do you do?
He'll follow. And sorry, he'll follow and he'll urge the others to stick together as tightly as we can. He'll strap his shield on for his action, and then he'll run after Lolo and wait, like basically maybe at the front of the tent, being like, "Come on!" like ushering everybody out.
Perfect. Mara.
Yeah, I think Mara quickly grabs that new shiny knife that he has and runs after Fred, because he remembers that they made a pact to stick together, so he's following behind.
Wait for me.
And finally, Phlox.
And he will wait for Phlox.
Sure.
Yeah. Phlox is trailing close behind Mara.
Okay. So as you're trailing behind Phlox, you see one of the Dúnedain rushing before you. Says, "I have orders from the chieftain. I need to get you out of here." And like he's grabbed you, Phlox, as if to say, "Come with me."
Yeah, okay, sure. Come on.
Bam! An arrow just slams into his eye and he collapses to the ground. You just watch this man just be like taken out by a flaming arrow. And it's at that point that you all can kind of look, and this escarpment that you've been following that sadly had that guy mounted upon it. You suddenly see the horizon of it gleams like a fell red color, and you see these savage silhouettes sort of like lurching over the top of the hill, and you can see a line of fire lit before them, and then more terrible flaming arrows come raining down. I would like all of you to make a dexterity saving throw, please, as the fire begins to fall. That's good for Phlox, I think. Oh!
Me too.
Okay, so I think for the success, which is all of you bar Mara, which we will get to, for the critical success, what do you do to defend yourself, Phlox, against this rain of fire? Do you use the guy that... Yeah, is that what it is?
I think it's accidental.
Sure. Yeah.
Like perhaps he like falls to his knees and she's like trying to prop him up, but now she's on the other side of him. It is through no skill of her own.
and it's terrible because like another 6 arrows just slam into him as like he's taken one, and a whole bunch of others hit him, and like you basically fall beneath him.
Phlox is like screeching this whole time.
As you're screeching, you hear another cry of pain. Mara, 5 points of piercing damage. Where does the arrows get you?
Let me see. That's quite a bit of damage because I don't have a lot of hit points. So I think he hears Phlox yell, and like he's scampering behind Fred, and he turns. He goes, "Phlox!" It's all of a sudden, right down through the brim of his hat, right into his shoulder, and he kind of looks for a second, and he's got this look on his face like that's not real, that can't be real, and then he just goes, "Ah!" He just screams as he has this arrow pierced into his shoulder.
So as the chaos is erupting all around you, you all can hear the howling of the hounds that are still on the sled that has all the supplies. As they have said, the Rangers have made sure that has always been there for you, ready to go when the time comes for you to go. So there is the option there for you to head in that direction if needs be. I'm really sorry. Was that Phlox's last turn? I know. I mean, it's only really a loose initiative order for us to keep track of what's going on, really. Sorry, go on, Phlox.
Yes.
I think it was your turn, wasn't it?
At the end of her turn is when the guy came and was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
It was the end of your turn. So we'll go back to the top then, Lolo. You see the wagon, the sled, sorry, and the hounds are howling.
So Lolo was making a break for the cart or the wagon to hide underneath it, but then suddenly hillside covered with bad guys and like on the hillside, and then rain of arrows, and she's like, this won't do. I think we need to run. Let's get to the wagon. Stick together. Oh my God, Maradoc. And so I think she's going to run over to Maradoc and kind of like sling one of his arms over her shoulder and start helping him towards the cart.
Very good. So yeah, as you press your way towards that, then that is what Lolo's doing. Fred, what's running through your mind? What are you doing?
He looks up at the ridge. Does he see like 10, a score, like 24, like 100 orcs?
Like a throng of orcs,
throng.
like
That's
easily. Like we're talking.
Is that like 3? A throng?
Yeah. There's 3.
300. Yeah.
300. Yeah, there's a lot up there.
Yeah.
If you had a guess, you'd be like, well, that ridge is a fairly sizable ridge. Must be 100 at least.
Okay.
That ridge alone. Yeah.
More than 10 is enough to make the decision, I think, for Fred. I think he sees Phlox just like screaming. And maybe like she's like shocked, understandably, as like the guy dies or whatever, and sees her just screaming. So he'll run to her and grab her and be like, "Come on, we have to go to the sled." And he'll raise his shield up, and then they'll try and make a run for the sled. He wants to get to the dogs. It's actually, this wasn't on purpose, but he's been really nice to the dogs, so hopefully that helps here. And he'll be like, come on, good boy. Yeah, just focus. And try and get everybody onto the sled. He'll be the last one on it, but he'll be trying to get all the hobbits onto the sled. And then when it starts to pull, he'll like grab onto the end of it or something. So I don't know if I need to do an action to like get the sled ready or anything, but that's what he's trying to do.
You will absolutely be able to do that. And just bear with me 1 second. I just need to put something in here. Sort this out before we go any further. Right, so Fred, you will be So you're rushing onto the sled to do that.
Yeah, he's trying to get it so that it can go. And basically when all the other hobbits are on the sled, he basically want to stand at the back, and then when it starts moving, he's like got a grip of it and he'll pull himself on when it goes. Sort of, you know?
So
because he's the most able to stand there and take a hit, so he wants to make sure that everyone's on before he gets on.
Okay, I need everyone to do a perception check, please. I know we'll go out of turn for a second, but it's important, this bit, so.
Big old critties.
Big old critties.
24.
Wow.
Fred is in the zone now.
So you rush, and I'm saying because Lolo is helping Mara, I'm going to say that because that helping Mara would mean that you are getting to the sled first, Fred. That perception is excellent. You're throwing yourself onto it and maybe like seeing to the dogs and making sure that that's okay. You see something at ground level. The snow on the outskirts of the camp twitches. There is an explosion of snow as a terrible creature just stands up from its camouflage hiding spot and goes, "Oh yeah, what we got here then? The ranger folk using kiddies to do their dirty work." As a terrifying orc by the name of Dushrat has revealed himself. But doesn't get a surprise round on you. So he just closes in and he is just going to try and grab you, Fred.
Okay.
With an opposed athletics roll, please.
Come on, Fred. Okay. 14 plus 3 is 17.
17. How are you able to slip the grasp of Dushrat as he
basically
goes?
Longshanks.
Yeah.
I think he's got a shield out already, and as he it's like doing the weird ape walk towards me. I think he like draws sky point, and there's like a flash of the red light, and maybe for a second that makes the orc go, "Ah!" And it gives him enough time to like jump out of the way from the leap, and not get grabbed.
Yeah, he staggers back, his terrible clawed hand closing on sort of like the side of the cart as like he staggers back away from you. His turn was to attempt to surprise and grab you, but you spotted him. Mara, it's your turn. There's just this eruption of snow as Lolo's helping you to your feet from your arrow wound, and you see this terrible creature from these stories you've heard now attacking your friend.
I think Lolo hears him say weakly, "Oh no, Master Fred," and he kind of he's pushing her off, even though his shoulder is killing him, and yeah, I think in his left hand he has this shiny little, well, it's a dagger, but it's a short sword to him, and he runs to help Master Fred.
Amazing.
I'm gonna try to get the sword.
Yeah, get in there.
Nope.
Oh,
slips in the snow, tumbles, and that is such a bad roll. I rolled a 2. Yeah, so he lands at the feet. I imagine he's near the orc and Fred. And his hat tumbles off and kind of cartwheels away from him.
The hat.
Yeah.
It flies off as you desperately make your attempt but are unable to make purchase. As Mara charges forth, Phlox, what's running through your mind and what do you do as this monster that towers over you advances on your friends?
Phlox has not really stopped shouting at this point. She's just panicked, but she will channel her panic using the weapon, and I think I have Namir, and she's gonna just keep shouting. She charges into this orc. Oh yeah, that's gonna hit. That's gonna be a 22 to hit.
Oh my goodness, a beautiful hit. Yeah.
And I do get sneak attack because they're within 5 feet of an ally.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Spot on.
So that's going to be 10 damage against this orc. As Flox comes in.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he reels and just looks down in horror as well. Where do you get him? Where do you think you slice or stab him?
I'm gonna guess it's like the thigh region. That's roughly the right height. Just like
Yeah, you stab viciously into him, and like as you're sort of like screaming, it's almost like you then sort of like retreat back into a half fighting stance or something, as he gives a scream from your attack. Excellent. We're back to the top of the round. Lolo, what are you doing?
Mary's just basically like yanked away, kind of given Lolo an involuntary little shove, and has like started running towards Fred. And did you say you slipped also? Slipped and
Oh yeah,
fell?
ass of a tea kettle. Mara is like in a very precarious position right now.
So what is it? How close were we to the sled? Like how far away is our is the fray at this point?
It's within your movement range. It basically so Phlox and Fred are sort of like engaged with Dushrat next to the sled. You could use a movement action and then another action to get there and do something.
But we're not all right up next to each other.
You and no, you're sort of like spread out, but you can close in if you want.
Okay, so Lolo is just looking at, like, she just watches all of this happen in like a blink of an eye, like the fall, the rush, the what is this thing even that we're fighting? But Lolo's like, get up, Mary, quick! And she pulls an arrow from her quiver, and she takes aim and shoots at this incredibly large, scary thing.
Amazing.
Okay, so it's 13, so that's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20 hits. Roll it up.
All right, what am I rolling? Okay, so that's 4 whole points.
Oh my goodness. So yes, go ahead.
Oh yeah, so Lolo's like screaming at Mary to get back up. Stand up, Mary, stand up! And she shoots this arrow, and I imagine that because she's aiming center mass, it just kind of doinks into this guy's shoulder. Totally. And she's like, yeah, but it doesn't even seem like he doesn't even notice. She's like, oh no. And then she just kind of like moves a couple steps like off to the side to try to get better position.
Amazing. The arrow basically snaps on him as it hits him, and he's already staggered back from when like Phlox had like stabbed painfully into his thigh, and he's sort of like looking wildly around, going, looking at which one his was going to be the easiest to bring down first. But it's still not his turn just yet. We're back to Fred.
Okay, Fred will call for the others to get on the sled. Let's go. And he'll step into the orc space.
Yes.
Which gives him advantage on attacks. I've rolled 1 crit, the 19 crits with my fancy weapon.
Ah, yes,
and,
yes.
Then a total of 19 to hit for the second attack.
Oh my god, both connect.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
So 16 damage for the crit and 8 for the normal attack. It's he steps inside, and I guess the orc is like, too big and gangly to be able to get a good defense going, and he just like runs in and like shanks him like twice in the side of the leg, and calls for the others to get on the sled.
So as he sort of like staggers back from the shot and he's been shanked, he then basically brings out this terrifying bent blade, and he basically just goes to stab down at I guess Phlox or you would be closer, but you roll just the right amount to slay him. what is it like? As he's basically like going down like that, you finish him.
Wow. So I action surge to do that. So it's everything that Fred had. He like rushed forward and just like slashes, and he sees him going, and he like maybe is moving the shield to try and intercept. But then he just like sees him stop and then like start to fall. And his eyes widen, like he didn't think that was possible. It's like, you know, like one of us encountering like a troll and then being like, oh, I beat him. Seems impossible to Fred. But as soon as he sees that it's no longer an issue, he's like grabbing Mara by like the scruff of his shirt and like throwing him onto the sled and like trying to get everybody onto the sled as quick as possible.
Amazing. Yeah, disbelief in the orc's eyes as he like just like looks at what has happened to him, and he just falls back slain. You're all on the sled. Is that all of you wanting to go? You're all on board? Okay. So with a whistle and a command, you can drive the sled through the battle that erupts around you. Who is at the reins? Is it you, Fred? Because you were the one that was jumping on.
I think
I would.
the one that has been.
Yeah, you're the
been
dog
shouting.
whisperer, my dude.
Yeah. Well, Fred can protect other people really well. He's got the protection fighting style. So if someone is driving the sled, he can be protecting them, you know, so that no one gets hit by an arrow and then like we flip over sideways or whatever. So I don't know if anyone is like inclined towards it. If no one wants to do it, then Fred will like he'll give it like approximately 0.5 seconds before, you know.
Okay, I'll do it then.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can bear that in mind as we begin a skill challenge now. Still using the same initiative order. You're going to use whatever skills that you can muster to ensure that the four of you get through the carnage on board this sled, driven by dogs. So I think we'll refresh and go back to the top. So Lolo, you will be first. What skill are you going to use whilst on the back of this sled to help you and your friends traverse the battle?
Okay. So the sled's going. Mara's driving, or sorry, Phloxanna's driving, and what is it? And I think that Lolo is helping Fred like be on the lookout for things behind us, especially since she's got ranged capability. So Lolo's going to like kind of secure herself down behind like one of the parcels and keep an eye out to make sure nothing's pursuing them. So I'm going to be rolling perception. You're muted.
Yeah, perfect. So you're rolling perception. Let's have it.
16.
That is a success. So what is it like as you're able to succeed on this first section?
So Lolo's watching, and she's like, were there any more of them, Mr. Fred? Do we see anything? And what is it? Does it look like anything's pursuing us at this point, or just arrows?
So at the moment, you've just broken through. Yeah, arrows are still pounding down. However, your perception also grants you that you can see that this battle is taking place on more than one front. The arrows came from here, which diverted everyone's attention up to the escarpment. So everyone is ignoring the orcs that are hidden in the snow on the other side, that then rush into the encampment. A terrifying maneuver, and you're seeing basically like two waves closing like that as you're winding through on the sled. Great work, Lolo. Fred, what skill are you using?
I'm going to use animal handling to make the dogs go faster and better and everything else. I think.
Yep.
He might even like, I guess he knows their names by now and stuff. So he'll be doing a Santa, like calling all their names and like on, you know, as much as possible.
I love it.
Let's go. 17 on the die, plus 5. That's 20. A lot. 22.
That's a success. So what's the obstacle and how do you overcome it with the animal handling?
Yeah, I think the dogs are maybe not war dogs, they're sled dogs. And so this is a lot for them to take in. And they're very afraid, understandably. I think the smell of orcs probably freaks dogs out big time.
Mm-hmm.
And so he maybe he even like climbs from the front of the sled, like along the harness to the front, and like holds out a sausage in front of the two dogs in front so that they can go faster. He's like, come on, you can do it. And then he'll like walk back up the harness and basically encourage the dogs to go and not be distracted.
That's amazing. And that is another success. I should say, by the way, I'll make it very plain what we're trying to get. We're trying to get 7 successes. My tongue, easy boy. 7 successes before 5 failures. Okay, so that's 2 successes, no failures so far. Great work. We are now, it's Fred, so Mara, what skill are you using?
I think Mara is more towards the back of the sled near where Phlox is.
Nice.
And clutching at that wound where the arrow was. He probably thinks the head of the arrow is still in there, but the shaft has broken free, probably when he fell. He's clutching at that and he smiles kind of weakly, probably his best smile with the pain to Phlox. And he goes, don't worry, Phlox, you can do it. I know you can. If anybody can, it would be you. And I'm going to use persuasion to try to bolster Phloxanna's confidence.
That's awesome.
19 on the die, so that's well over 20.
Amazing. What do you say? What do you do?
So I think he just gives that smile, and she could probably just see that, like, the pain that's on his face. But he goes, you can do this. I know you can. We'll be sipping tea in no time. Yeah, so I think he just
That's amazing. It's those moments of friendship and fellowship in the chaos, in the battle, and it holds true right now, even in this desperate, terrifying chase. Phlox, what skill are you using?
Phloxanna sees the telltale signs of a drift of snow, and she tries to veer the sled, but I don't think a 14 is going to do it.
Oh, it doesn't. That's the first failure. So what is it like? What throws you off your game?
She's just little. It's a big
100%. Yeah.
And, so we get slowed down a bit, kind of going in through a little bit of this drift. It doesn't glide as smoothly. I'm just like, go, come on.
Amazing. We're back to the top. 3 successes, 1 failure. Lolo.
Okay, so what is it? We're still careening through this thing. What is it? Fred's pushing the dogs. What is it? I noticed that what is it? That Mary's like still bleeding pretty heavily from the shoulder, and Lolo's just going to like grab a nearby piece of like cloth, or like just rip a piece of cloth off of her tunic or something, and then just kind of wad it up and slap it down on Mary's shoulder and be like, hold that there, apply pressure so you don't bleed more. And I'm going to be doing medicine for the skill challenge.
Yeah, good shout.
That's not bad. That's 17.
17 is a success. And how do you succeed?
But by convincing Mary to hold on to his own damn bandage.
Nice, I love it. That's great. You know what to do. Perfect.
She really says, listen, this is better than your hand. Use this.
Yeah, definitely. Fred, what's your skill?
He's going to attempt a sleight of hand to untangle some of the reins as they like rush through some like undergrowth or something. Maybe there's a moment where he sees like one of the front bits of the rein get caught up, and in the moment between that and us rushing past it, he's going to run over there and try and like pull the rein free or cut it or something so that we don't get tangled.
Okay, nice one.
Let's see how we go. 13 plus 2 is 15.
That is
So plus 3 is 16.
a success. What's it like? So that these knots are really tangled and you just get it.
We didn't really have enough time to like set up the reins properly or get everything, and so the dogs have been running this way and that or whatever, and we're like moving past some sort of like thick brush or something, and one of the reins gets like, he sees it, you know, I guess the dogs are probably about 10-20 feet out from the sled, and he sees it and he like rushes forward and like will just like in the brief moment just like slice through that piece of the rope so that it doesn't get the whole thing tangled and we don't do like a, you know.
Amazing.
So he's just like running up and down with like Hobbit gracefulness, up and down like along the dogs and stuff. Maybe there's like a wooden thing in the middle, like is it like a yoke or something? But whatever it is, he's able to move up and down. And he frees the reins.
Oh my goodness! So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes. Only 1 failure. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. That was Fred. Mara.
I'm a little nervous.
I don't blame you.
But so I think Mara tries to yell a thank you to Lolo, because even in this chaos, you got to keep your manners, right? But it's lost in the cacophony of all the noise and the wind and everything. And as he's looking at Lolo, he sees this dark shadow shape that we're like, the dogs are running around it, but it's like the sled is going to hit it and knock us over.
Yeah.
And he grabs onto, he doesn't know that this is, it's just like total instinct. He grabs onto the bit of the bindings that like a cargo type net thing that's holding everything in. And he just swings out with his one hand, his little hobbit legs are swinging out. He's not a heavy hobbit, but it's just enough, as I'm going to use acrobatics and get a 19. To move, it tilts the sled just enough so we probably hit the edge of this rock, and it bounces us a little bit. So he probably bounces a bit, hits the snow, and then he kind of pulls himself back onto the sled.
And Mara, as you do that, you feel like the wisp. Maybe it was a javelin, a sword, a swipe, but like that shape was actually an orc moving around and then like swiped for you, but then got taken out by the side of the sled and falls under one of the skis beneath it. Excellent work. That was Mara. Phlox, 1 more success required.
Phlox is, God, what haven't we used?
So we've had perception, animal handling, persuasion, medicine, and sleight of hand. Thank you.
You got stealth.
Hello.
You got stealth.
And now acrobatics.
Yeah, there was
And
a
acrobatics,
stealth.
No
yes.
stealth. Stealth has
No
not been
stealth
used
yet.
Okay. Doesn't matter what we use. I rolled a 20 on the die.
Wow.
So we'll say this one's insight. Phlox
work.
is
Nice.
trying to steer the sled, and she's trying to take in everything that Fred is doing, and she feels Mara like helping the weight swing around, and she sees the bend in the road, and so she's trying to guide it all at the same time and feel how it's going to catch this turn as we skate around a corner.
Amazing. And it's that corner that you clear just in time as the wave of orcs sweeping in from the darkness meet those charging down the escarpment, basically pincering the Dúnedain in terrible fashion. But there is one thing that gives you hope. There is a brilliant blazing light that just illuminates the battlefield around one solitary figure who gives a cry of thunder almost. And it is that sight, that moment absolutely the Lord of the Rings Fellowship music plays as you escape with your precious package in tow, and that site also gives you all inspiration to use. But you're not out of the woods just yet. Well, you're out of the woods, but you're not out of trouble because the snow is howling around you. You are now in complete darkness. There are lanterns that hang on either side of the sled as you just speed into the darkness. But then you hear footsteps, snarling noises, vicious, sharp pants of pursuit as behind you close in the Winter Wolves. Keeping the same initiative, Bloodhowl gives a sickening cry and is going to snap at the individual with the reins, which I think is Phlox. That is your armor class.
I will provide protection with my protection fighting style, so disadvantage.
Disadvantage, it leaps forth. Oh my god. That is a 20 on one die and a 2 on the other. So what do you do? What do you do to prevent the devastating attack from the darkness from Bloodhowl?
I think Fred hears them coming and sees, like he knows they're not stupid and that they would go for whatever is making us move fast. And so maybe he's already been at the front and he sees them coming and he like gets the shield in both hands ready. And as the wolf like dives forward, he just like smashes the side of the shield into its face.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Rotfang, this terrible disease-looking mutt, then follows up on this attack, and seeing that you have left yourself open in defending your friend, is now going to launch upon you with a 17 to hit.
Buffs it with the shield.
Doesn't do it, he just and it gives a whimper as bam, you bat Rotfang away. Another one is going to hurl itself at you, Lolo, for a 19 to hit. That's going to do it. That is 6 points of piercing damage as a bite lacerates into your side, Lolo. That was Nightclaw. And then Hollow Eye, terrible looking wolf that appears to be sort of leading, but from the back, the officer of the wolf class, as it were, is then going to follow up with an attack against Mara because he can already smell blood on the wind with you. But how do you expertly dodge, miss, block, Mara?
I think it's just luck of the Hobbit. Mara's still trying to scramble up onto the sled, and I think that thing just snaps at him. Probably catches a bit of that white cloak, the fur-lined cloaks that we were given, and you hear this tear. And at first, I think Mara thinks that it's tearing into him. Then he looks and he just sees a ragged end, a draggled end of his cloak.
Amazing, and that was Hollow Eye, just missing you. Mara. Lolo, it's your turn.
So Lolo's what is it? Lolo had her bow out and an arrow at the ready. Then this thing comes and chomps like down on part of her, and she shouts out, "Ah!" And I think instinctually she's what is it? It's a terrible idea, but instinctually she's just going to turn and try to undo the arrow right into this thing. No, I believe this is at disadvantage since it's right up on me, like it's within 5 feet.
Yeah, I mean, if you say so. Yeah.
I mean, if it's not, it's not.
No, you know what? I'm going to say I'm going to say it's not, because it's like they sort of like then have to like sprint and then like attack into you again rather than them being next to you the whole time. So yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. I'm going to say that there's no disadvantage for that.
Cool, 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 cool. Okay, so that's an 11 on the die. That's an 18.
18 is a hit against which one were you shooting at?
What is it? Any likely the one that bit me. Just whichever one I see.
Okay,
after
the one that
that,
bit you
'cause-
was Nightclaw, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so that's 4 plus what? 7. So
Whoa.
that's 7 piercing damage.
Yeah, you hear a sickening thunk as Zara just slams into the side of the wolf and it goes like whimpers in agony as you strike it. Excellent work, Lolo.
Leave
Fred.
us alone.
Fred.
Fred will shout to Phlox to protect yourself. Are they close enough to hit with a melee weapon or no?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Then he'll try and do that. He'll strike out whichever one is closest to Phlox.
That would be Bloodhowl.
That was Bloodhowl, yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess that maybe they're either side of the front of the cart,
Yeah.
maybe those two.
Yeah.
So he'll turn his back on Rotfang and he'll slash down at this one. Let's see how we go. I can't get into its space, unfortunately, which is how I get.
No, he's just on the side of you. Yeah.
It's a 19 on the die, which is a critical hit. This
Bingo,
weapon
baby.
is incredible. Oh my god. That is 8 and 6, 14 plus 3, 17 damage.
Whoa,
Holy
Hobbit
shit.
Lord. Oh my god.
Bam, bam, ba-da-dam.
It's devastating. That's
Oh my
like
God.
an insane hit, and like it's almost like Bloodhowl can't believe it. He's not dead, but like that's something that he's never experienced before. Like mortality is upon him. How do you strike him? What do you do?
It's actually 1 more damage because it's a +1 weapon. If that
Okay,
matters.
he's that much closer then. Go on.
Yeah. Maybe like I think Fred is like he's got his shield out and he's hanging onto the side of the sled and he's waiting for it to come forward. And as it does, he like quickly like thrusts out and maybe like gets it like in the cheek or like in the mouth or something with a stab. And he says, "Back, back," and that's it.
And he gives a howl true to his name as you stab him through the mouth. Like as he gives this howl, blood sort of explodes in almost like a fountain as he screeches after you. Excellent work from Fred. Mara.
All right. Okay, Mara makes a wild swing with their sword at Hollow Eye, totally missing. Probably almost falling from the sled, but at the last minute he snatches one of the binders and but it makes Hollow Eye just kind of move out of the way before he attacks again. And he's bouncing along. He looks at Phlox and he goes, "Phlox, remember who your auntie is. You could be as great as her." And I'm gonna, as a bonus action, give her a what are they called? Inspiration die.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So you have an extra D6, Taylor, that you can use for a saving throw, a skill check, or an attack roll. You can add that to your roll.
Fox is still up there going, "Ah!"
That's excellent work. Yeah. Your words of encouragement reach Phlox as it's now your turn.
Phlox will hold the reins in one hand and hold Namir in the other hand, and she's just going to ready an action that if something lunges, she's gonna hit it. But she's trying very hard to keep her eyes on the road, as it were. And she's just, "Ah, I don't want to be like Aunt Belladonna anymore."
Okay. Is that an attack or anything, or are you just gonna
No,
yell?
she's readying.
Oh, sorry, you're readying. I do apologize. I missed that very important detail. You're readying. Okay. In that case, then we are back to the top of the round. Bloodhowl is going to provoke an attack of opportunity from Frederica if you wish to take it.
I have a reaction that I can use to impose disadvantage. And so I wonder if that's better. Because if I don't kill him, then he might kill somebody else.
It's up to you. It's up to you.
Very, very concerning.
Yep.
I think Fred is more about protecting people than he is about striking. So he won't strike, and he'll save his reaction to protect someone.
It's almost like he skips a step. So like he's putting the brakes on for a second, just so he falls back behind your threat range, Fred, and then just like swipes out with his bloody mouth towards Lolo.
Is Lolo within 5 feet of me on the back of the step?
Yeah,
okay.
you're all together. So you know all of the 5 feet stuff works for all of
so
you.
then I'll impose disadvantage on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So he just tries to like, you note that he is desperately trying to sink his teeth in, not just to slay you, Lolo, but to drag you over the edge. Okay, that's what this is for.
But he wants that.
He rolls at disadvantage.
15.
On disadvantage, he still gets a 14. So just misses you. So what is it like as yeah, he like drops back one step, and then like you see almost in slow motion, like he arcs over to try and like grab hold of you with his jaws.
Lolo's heart practically stops. This is like this is a muzzle that's as big as her torso, like coming right at her and then just narrowly missing, just hitting, closing, chomping down on the air, like right on the side of her head. And she starts screaming.
That's incredible. Oh my goodness me. Right, that was Blood Howl. The worst is still yet to come. Rotfang, I think, is going to try and do something similar. He's going to try and do something similar to Phloxanna. His diseased, wretched jaws just reach out to you. 16 to hit. That's a hit, isn't it? Okay, so not so bad. 14. That's 14. 4 points of piercing damage. That's a very interesting detail. 4 points of piercing damage. I also, I'm afraid, need you to make a strength saving throw, Phloxanna.
Okay, well, Phloxanna's readied action was no good.
Oh,
because she'd been holding it in her right hand.
Use my
that was the
inspiration.
side Blood Howl was on.
We all have inspiration.
I'm gonna use save my inspiration for a strength save, so I don't get pulled off.
Good. You also have that die that was given to you.
You also have
Mara.
a D6.
That's
That's
true.
right.
It's not gonna help me on this.
Yeah, you do not need to be pulled off for sure. That's
because
vital.
a 9's not gonna hit him. Like I rolled a 9 for.
Oh, okay. All right.
For hitting him.
Okay.
But you know, she was expecting Blood Howl on the right, but it was Rotfang on the left.
They're coordinating like they have from the very start. One strikes and the other moves in.
A strength save.
Yeah, strength save.
I'm gonna have to use my inspiration.
Okay.
You have the die from Mara as well.
And you
I
have
rolled
the die
an 8
from
on the
Mara.
die. I don't think that's gonna.
Okay, well, hang on. So you rolled an 8 on the die for your save with inspiration.
No, not with inspiration. I'm using inspiration.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. Come on, baby. Come on. Ooh, 17 total.
How do you stop Rotfang from dragging you over the side?
So Rotfang grabs her, and Phloxanna is not terribly strong, but she like braces one little hobbit foot against the edge around this sled, and it's like, and she's going to brace with all her little hobbit might.
It's incredible. And it's like his grasp, while he did actually get you, it's like he, like, as he's letting go, it's like it tears, thankfully, your clothes and not through your flesh, as he like falls back over the side of the sled. That was Rotfang. Nightclaw. Nightclaw was going for Lolo. I think Nightclaw is going to keep on doing what he was doing. But a 12 to hit is not going to do anything. So he, it's like he like takes out like a wide like distance from the sled for a moment before then dashing back in. But it's at that point that the sled bucks and like sort of knocks him away. That was Nightclaw. Hollow Eye is going to go for Mara. 12's the number. 12 doesn't hit, I'm guessing, Mara?
No, 15's my AC.
How do you protect yourself or save yourself?
I think it's one of those things like his ass is on the thing and he's just kicking with his feet at this big wolf. Like it's like, and he's like, and he just by luck, he just keeps nipping at his feet, and then the foot he goes at, he pulls it back, and then he kicks him with the other one, and then he goes for that one and he kicks him with the other one. So he's just doing
Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, that was Hollow Eye going for you, wasn't it? So Lolo, it's your turn.
Lolo's going to brace herself, and she's going to pull another arrow and try to shoot one of the ones that's lagging behind the cart, probably the one that just kind of got boinked away a little bit. I think that was
Nightclaw. Looks pretty.
Nightclaw.
He's already been hit once. He doesn't look like dreadful, but he looks a bit hurt. Yeah.
Hey, a bit hurt. I'll take it.
Yep.
Oh no. Okay, that's 5, 7, 13.
13 doesn't hit Nightclaw. The arrow sails past him. And maybe it's luck on his side. But yeah, it doesn't hit, I'm afraid. That is Lolo. Unless you want anything else, if you have anything else to do. No.
Nope, I'm good.
Nope. I'm good. Fred, it's your turn.
Okay, Fred is going to strike at, I think, Bloodhowl, who seems to be like already quite badly injured.
Yeah, it looks bad. Blood's trailing him as he's rushing after you still, yeah.
Okay, that is 15 plus 6, a 21 to hit.
He leaps at you as you take the swing and you finish him off. What's it like?
Yeah, he's maybe he's like already a little bit afraid of the red glow of Sky Point, but nonetheless he sees his chance and he leaps. But Fred has like lured him into it, and he like steps back and just like points out the blade, and it like slices him open, and he like into the snow. He doesn't quite believe that he was able to do that, but then he says, "Mara, get up! We need you!" And we'll move over there and like pick up Mara, who's like on his ass, like trying to kick, and he's like, no, up, and he'll like grab him and look in his eyes.
He tries
and
to
say,
hit you. He hit your wolf.
We need you. You have to protect Phloxanna. Go. And he'll basically swap positions with Mara, I think.
Oh, I love that. You jostling into different positions as you're like racing through the night. Amazing. That was Fred. We're on to Mara. It's your turn.
All right. Yeah, I think that's, well, Fred said it, so yeah, I have to do it. Drops it next to Phloxanna, and so it's, what is it? Is it Rotfang and Nightclaw? No, it's only Rotfang.
So
now,
Rotfang
right?
is close to the front, and Nightfang and Hollow Eye are the ones that have mainly been contending with you from the back.
Yeah, so I am going to stab out at that one. Nope. It was a cracked die, and it was turned into a 4.
Oh man.
But that's okay. So he swings out at this knife.
No. Use my inspiration. Fred already shouted at you.
I have inspiration. I will use mine.
Yes.
Thank you, though. I forgot. Oh, there we go. Well, I say that. Yeah, 19.
19 is a hit. Which one were you swinging for again? Was it Nightclaw that you were going for? Or Hollow Eye?
It was, which one was
Rock
going
hanged
after?
up by the front.
Rotfang's the one by the
Rotfang.
front, yeah. Okay, Rotfang. Okay.
Yep, that Rotfang. And that is going to be 5 points of damage.
5
which is
points of
pretty good for
damage.
Mara.
Oh goodness, yeah.
And he's going to yell across above the din. He goes, "Master Fred, I'm going to call you Bull Roarer Took." And I'm going to give you a warden die to use.
You can call me Wolf Killer Bracegirdle, he says, and he like
He yells,
bashes the
"That's
shield
even."
against
He goes, "That's even better," and he almost falls off the end of the sledge as he's grabs back on.
Fantastic work. So as Fred is awarded that extra bit of bang to his buck, that was Mara. Phloxanna.
Phloxanna, feeling better now that there's someone back up next to her. We'll take Namir and go as she also strikes out towards Rotfang, who tries to trot along. 16 to hit.
16 is a hit.
Okay, that'll be 5 damage against Rotfang.
Whoa, come on. Yeah, he gives a terrible yelp. You have an ally within 5 feet of you. Does that not mean you sneak him?
That was with sneak. I rolled 2 ones.
That was with
for
sneak.
damage.
Just
Oh
checking.
my
Sorry.
God.
Sorry.
rolled-
I didn't mean to add salt to the wound, and I
No, I have
apologize.
2d6 and I rolled a 1 and 1.
Oh,
Come on.
curses.
My
Sorry to
back is so
hear
sore from carrying all you guys.
it.
Oh, it will be 6 damage though, not 5, because I forgot the Namir's a +1.
+1, so that's 6 points of damage then.
Yes.
Nice. Speaking of your back hurting, Fred, you have turned your back on Rotfang, and Rotfang this time is diverting his attention to what he perceives to be a terrible threat at the front. So lunges at you. 17. That's
18's my armor class.
yeah.
Fred is
I did think that. Oh my god.
Red Ironsides.
So he launches himself at you, like you can see this horrible sort of almost like green tint saliva like fleck off him as he lunges at you. How do you defend yourself?
Yeah, he lifts the shield and like bashes the wolf's mouth away, and he'll say, "Your kin have tasted this blade before. Back!" And he'll like point the blade at them and see, try and scare them away a little
I
bit.
love that. I love that. I've just lost a die. My goodness. In the excitement. Oh my goodness me. That was Rotfang. Okay, Nightclaw is going to resume his crusade against Mara, I think. Well, they're rolling like shit. That's a miss. He basically lunges at you, Mara, and his jaw snapped wide from you. Hollow Eye is also going to do so at the same time. He's going to try and get you as well, Mara. That's going to hit.
Sorry, I'll impose disadvantage. I haven't done it yet.
Okay, so that was a definite hit on the first one. I'm just going to roll the next one. Okay. Oh, oh my god! The luck of the hobbits. Mara, what runs through your mind as Hollow Eye like takes advantage of you moving away from Nightfang, and then he basically lunges up at you? What is it like as Fred interposes himself between that?
So one, Lionel had a heart attack because I couldn't tell from your reaction, Rob, what that second roll was.
I'm sorry. I hate it when people do that as well, so I apologize.
No, I'm totally kidding. I think it's one of those things. He's like, whoa, and all of a sudden there's this whang behind him as freaking Fred goes. There's probably some insult involved, like, you gotta pay attention, as he interposes the shield, and the thing thwanks against it.
And as a cry, "You gotta pay attention," goes up. Lolo, it's your turn.
Okay. Yeah, what is it? She's like, "Come on, don't fail me right now." And she pulls out another arrow. Okay. Ooh, okay. So it's 14. That's a 21 to hit.
That's a hit. Sorry, which one were you going for?
I think I've been shooting at Nightclaw, haven't I?
Yeah, Nightclaw.
Okay. Same guy. Okay, and that's going to be 4 plus 3, 7 piercing damage. So Lolo looses the arrow, and just this is like the second arrow, I think, to stick into Nightclaw. So again, right, probably in his rump, like, because I think Nightclaw's up ahead of where Lolo is. So
it's wild. I've got to have to quickly do something because Nightclaw. Oh no, it's not his turn. No, never mind. Ignore that. I was about to say that. Sorry for interrupting. Was there anything else you want to do with your turn?
No, what is it? She just mentally fist pumps because what is it? She saw the arrow stick, and so she knew that it hit true.
Mhm. Oh, great work. That was Lolo. Fred.
Okay, he'll strike at the Rotfang, I think, or which is the back? Nightclaw, because I swap places with Mara. So
Yeah,
whoever
so
is...
Nightclaw is at the back. Rotfang is at the front. Both
Okay.
of them seem pretty bad.
Okay. It's a 19 on the die, and this crits on a 19.
And that was at Rotfang or Nightfang?
That was at Rotfang.
Nightclaw.
Yeah.
That was a Rotfang. Okay. So that is a hit.
So much damage. Oh my god.
How much?
It's 8 and 8 and 4. So that's
17, 18,
20.
20 damage.
Your filthy paws will not step foot in my home. As he like slashes out with the blade.
I think with that, I think it's fair that Rotfang's fucking jaw just comes straight off. It's just he just basically like put himself into a position where he was going to strike, and then bam! Before he knew it, there's that flash of red, and he is no more. He is gone. That is 2 of them remain. Nightclaw wounded, hollow eye untouched. That was Fred's turn. Mara.
I think Mara's gonna hit whichever one of these ones is next, trying to get either myself or Phloxanna. And let me see if I can hit. Oh yeah, that's 24 to hit and 9 slashing damage as he just slashes out. There's probably that flash of red from the Westerness dagger that he has as it cuts into and it tastes that warg blood. And so I'll say Nightclaw. I'll hit for the 9.
And it's a good thing you do, because I want you to tell me how that shining red Westerness blade is the thing that finishes Nightclaw.
Oh yes, excellent. Yeah, and I think what it is he slashes it out like he's just trying to keep these things away, right? Because he has it in his mind, if we can just get across the bridge and make it into the Shire, like wolves can't come into the Shire, right? It's magic. And I think he just slashes out, and I think it's a matter of him slashing out with his left arm, and then it almost lunges itself onto the blade, and drives it in. And I think it's still snapping at him because the knife is just below the jaw, so it's still snapping at him as he's trying, and then he's like trying to kick it off. I am going to do something crazy here, which I'll probably regret, but I am going to do an athletics to see if I can hold on to my knife.
Oh
no. And as this body tumbles, I rolled a 1, rolls in the snow, the knife is there.
You're a madman. You're a man.
I want to use my inspiration on you to try and have you not drop that.
18. Well used inspiration. 18 on the die. So
Lionel, for the pure weight of those brass balls, you're getting inspiration for that.
I'm literally a hobbit. I weigh like maybe 40 pounds dripping wet.
I love that
jam
you're
a big warg. There's no way.
So maybe you do drop it, but Fred grabs it or something, or something.
Or maybe Phloxanna, because I'm right next to her. She like
Sure.
snatches it out of his things.
So you do get some inspiration there, Mara, for that, because I love that you did that. That was wonderful. Yeah, as it looks like your blade of Westerness is taken from your grasp, Fred is able to quickly, maybe Nightclaw was like partially onto the sled, so that gives you time to like grab hold of it as he like falls away into the darkness. And that was Mara's turn, leaving it to be Phlox's turn. Hollow Eye remains.
Phlox is going to keep her eyes on the road, and she's going to keep her ears to the back. She's going to say, "Mara, tell me which way it's jumping." And I'm going to use
you hear left action. No, right.
I'm going to use the help action so that I believe it's Lolo who's next in the the turn, or can I help to disadvantage? Is that how this works? Or is it just
Help gives advantage to her.
Okay.
Disadvantage. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to try and keep Lolo steady and out of harm's way and try and give her advantage in the next round.
Okay. So we're back to the top, and that means it's Hollow Eye against the four of you and the death sled. So I think it's only right for him to see it. No way. Hollow Eye has seen with his one remaining eye the folly of his king attempting to stop you all. So breaks away from the pursuit. And
Stay out!
And you hear a terrible howling behind as you do. As you defeat some of the Winter Wolves in an excellent display.
Is he far enough away in one turn that Lolo
could still shoot at him?
Get one
Absolutely,
more shot?
Absolutely. Anyone who wants to make range.
With advantage?
Lolo? Yeah, you're helping him, yeah. Yep. Sorry, yeah.
Okay. I mean, she'll definitely give it a shot, no pun intended. With advantage. What have we got? That's 14. So that's 21 to hit.
Well, that is a blinding hit. Absolutely.
And that's, sorry, my old eyes. 3, that's 8 damage.
Nice. Oh. Yeah, you hear a terrible yelp in the darkness as you let fly your final arrow. And then there is darkness, but also light. Upon the horizon, there gleams the sun. It starts to lift, dawning a new day, and as the light begins to fall upon this place, you see it. You see that all this time throughout the battle, you haven't noticed that you've been rushing through Buckland. You have been defending your home without even knowing it. You've been within the borders, or sort of the outer borders of the Shire, and you see the two familiar pillars that flank the sides of the Brandybuck Bridge. You see home. I need you all to make a dexterity saving throw.
I'm going to use my inspiration to reroll.
You're going to need to, yeah. This will be
I use mine too.
This will be worthwhile.
Oh, I don't have it.
You have that. Yeah, remember, Lloyd, you have a die to use.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, you
have
might.
that
Yeah.
D6
So
die. I got a 7.
a 7. Okay.
That's with using that fresh inspiration I just got.
Okay. Oh no.
Or no. My first roll was a 3. My reroll was a 10.
Wait, we have more inspiration somewhere.
Lionel,
right?
I mean,
Lionel has
it's
an
up
extra
to
one.
you. It's up to you, really.
Mara has an extra one. Did you guys all use yours?
Yeah, I
Mine.
used mine.
It's okay.
Ah.
It's okay.
So
I'm going for a ride.
in that case, then Lolo and Mara. What did Mara get?
7.
7. You aren't quick enough. Phlox, and Fred, you brace yourself because you see this. The other two don't. Just as you see hope and home in front of you, the moment you get onto the bridge, just this massive white shape collides with the side of your sled, and it just jackknifes the whole thing, disconnecting you from the hounds that yelp, running continuously across the bridge. The sled smashes into one of those pillars before just pinballing upside down across the Brandywine Bridge. Supply goes everywhere, and there is stillness. Fred and Phlox, you each take 5 bludgeoning damage because you were successful. That means Mara and Lolo, you take 10 bludgeoning damage.
I imagine Lolo flies off the cart and also pinballs a little bit between the two sides of the bridge before sliding to a halt.
I think Mara has a bit of hubris when he sees the 2 pillars and he's standing up proudly saying, look, it's right there. And all of a sudden, bam. And the last thing you see is him getting tossed in the air, and then he's lost in the craziness that then ensues with supplies going everywhere. Maybe he's dead.
Wow. Okay. So for this, for the purposes of what I can tell you, I need to know who is. Okay, I won't ask you to. I will ask Phlox and Fred. Are you conscious?
Yes.
Okay, then I will tell you what you see, and if the other 2 see this, they will know, and if they don't, they don't. It's all like there's a bing, like that sound just in your ears as you crawl out, and as you do so, you see him. You see the wolf that had confronted you upon the ice, the warg, the winter wolf himself, Skoth. He is prowling forward between the 2 posts that you collided with. And he looks ever so slightly different from how you'd seen him the first time. It seems that Scott's plunge into the Brandywine had caused his fur to freeze. He now appears to be bedecked in frozen armor as icicles hang from him like deadly barbs. And he says, "The truth of the hunt. Remain close to the habitat and the prey will return." And we're going to have a really short break, and then we're going to deal with the final moments of this game.
Awesome!
Oh boy.
So he gives his baiting, goading call. But he is prowling and taking his time as he sort of paces his way towards you. And Phlox, you see this terrible beast with icicles jangling about him, hanging from his fur and from his jaw. What do you do?
Shit. I think Phloxanna is going to pick herself up and tighten her grip on Namir. And she'll, like, now that she's not holding the rein, she'll reach into the little tiny sheath and pull out a dagger in her other hand. "I'm not afraid of you, you big ol' ugly thing." And I'm going to ready an action because she's going to wait until he's close by so that she gets the sneak attack.
And as you say that, like he's prowling towards you, and like you can see like his shoulders doing that thing, like a he's all jazzy. No, he's just this terrifying wild animal, like we've expressed before. Like this thing is the size of a Shire horse in comparison to you. Like
God, she's absolutely terrified.
And once again, like his breath sort of like comes forth from him, like in the cold, as if he were some great dragon. But you ready your action as he continues his advance. Fred.
Fred will step forward and he'll basically like tighten the shield in his arm and hold out Sky Point, and he'll point it at the wolf and say, "I've killed many of your kin already today. I'm starting to make a habit of it. You will not step foot in our Shire." And I'm going to stand next to Phlox, and I'll take the dodge action.
And you can see like he looks at you and you say, "I've killed many of your kin," and he just gives a long and arguably his like unique superpower is out of his scent, and he smells the blood of his kin upon your weapon, and you just see a madness like twinkle in his brilliant red eyes, the red eyes that match the red sunset that rises above you at this time. Sunrise, sorry. And like he prepares himself. Lolo, what's going on with you?
So Lolo's dazed momentarily after having flown off of the cart, but she is still very much alive. But I am wondering what the odds are that she would still have her bow and quiver after all of that.
Oh, that's a really good question, actually. Well, let's trust to the luck of hobbits, shall we? Roll a d6 for me. If you get a 5 or a 6, then you dropped it. If you get a 1, 2, 3, or a 4, then you still have it.
4.
So that slight edge on luck that hobbits have means that it is still in your grasp.
Okay, so Lolo just kind of shakes her head and stands up. She's from the pile of crates and bags and bric-a-brac that surround her, and she sees our big white nemesis with all of his ice hanging from him, and she's like, oh, and she reaches behind her and grabs an arrow, and I think since she's just blindly grabbing, I think she's going to grab one of the Numenera arrows, and she's going to knock it and take a shot at this guy. Now, I didn't write down, are these basically like +1s? Or like in my wisdom, I didn't write down what they were.
Hang on, let me see. I don't know if I read them from the book or if I copied them into my document. I think Numenorian arrows mean that if you hit them, they get a disadvantage.
Oh.
I think.
Are they from the Event in the Middle?
Yeah, they're from the actual book. Let me see. But the thing is,
While
are
you're
they
doing
in
that,
the
I'll roll to
players?
see if this even
roll
matters.
to hit, and I'll quickly see if I can bring it up. I don't know if it's in the players or the.
Good. Oh yeah, that's 19 to hit.
Okay, that is a hit.
Okay. And so normal damage, that's 5. That's going to be 8 piercing damage.
Okay.
And she's like, "Come on, Lolo. He's a big white target. Can't miss him. He's right there."
Right. So, could you give me that damage again? I'm fairly sure that when a Numenorian arrow hits,
8.
8 points of damage. I'm fairly sure that when it hits, it gives them disadvantage, the target disadvantage on their next attack.
I'll take it.
I'm going to say
Cool.
that, and if someone else could look it up, because I want to stay on top of the
Mhm.
fight, but I think it is in one of the books. For the time being, we will say that is true. So you hit him for 8 points of damage. The Numenorian arrow sings through the air as you fire at him. Is it you're just standing up and just loosing? So you're not
So-
trying to hide the.
It does additional damage equal to your wisdom bonus, and the target's next attack is made with disadvantage.
So add your wisdom onto that damage of 8.
Ooh, ooh la la. Okay. Wisdom 2. So an additional 2.
So that's 10 points of damage, and he does have a disadvantage on his next attack. Then that's good to know. Perfect.
Ooh.
So where do you hit him?
So she's basically just trying to, she's aiming at the broad side of this guy. So I imagine that the arrow hits him right in the haunch between two of the icicles, just kind of.
Amazing. And while your shot is true, and while it jams into him, it's almost like the ice kind of absorbs a bit of the striking power of your weapon. And he gives like a low rumbling growl, and his red eyes just turn upon you, Lolo, as you strike. And he rears up and just launches as if he's a coiled spring. He was waiting for someone to make the first move, and you were the one that did. He closes upon you, Lolo, and lunges, terrible jaws snapping upon you.
Does he have to go through me and Flux, or not?
I kind of imagined that where you were struck, you're sort of at the side, so you're all sort of like lined up in front of him.
Yep,
I'm
that's
way
okay.
further down the
it's all good.
bridge, so
You were scattered from where you'd flown and stuff, but he is rolling at disadvantage. He attacks. Oh my god! That is a 14 to hit.
oh my god. So yeah, he's running, he's lunging at Lolo, and I imagine that she just kind of like eep and like ducks behind one of the crates, and right as his jaws are nipping right where her like leg used to be.
Oh my goodness! Yes, you evade just in the nick of time. It's like, as I described it before, I think it's like the sound of a castle gate slamming, such as the power of those jaws that narrowly miss you. He moved to attack you. He did so. It is now Mara. What's going on with you?
Mara's not looking so good. I think that Mara was tossed in a different direction than Lolo. There's that shaking, that the grogginess out of his head. I think he tries to get up, but can't. Sees the sled all jammed up, and he hears the growling of the wolf. And I think he drags himself over to one of these lanterns that is hanging from the sled, and it must have like an oil or something in it. So you hear like the as he pulls like flint and steel out of his little pouch on his hip, and he's trying to light this. I mean, he's in bad shape. He's all broken up. And so his turn, he's just going to light this lantern until next turn. Then I'm going to do something stupid.
Wow. So are we saying that you're sort of like further back along
I'm
the
like
bridge
further
on the
back.
side?
Like they were, like the others were flown more further towards Shire side.
Oh yeah. So are we saying then that you're on the other side, maybe behind Skoth, shall we say?
Yeah.
Okay. And you've got this tinder box that has that rune on it that glowed when
Yep.
Gandalf appeared, and now you're lighting up a. That's really cool. I love that.
Yep.
That was Mara's turn. We're back to the top of the round. Phlox, you were readying your action, and then suddenly Lolo appeared out of nowhere, loosed the strop, and Skoth just reacted, snapping at her and just narrowly missing. What do you do?
Lolo charges across the icy, snowy bridge. Lolo! I said Lolo. Phlox charges. It's going to be a 24 to hit as she comes charging at the back of Skoth. Let's see. 6, 8, 12 damage.
Oh, wow.
As
Yeah,
she comes racing in, hacking at the ice across Skoth's back.
I love that. That's incredible. And he gives like a as you rush forth, and it's almost like the weight of him like reacting is enough to like push you back from him for a second, as a crimson line just shoots from his back, as you make your presence known in the battle. As this happens, Fred.
For the Shire! He's gonna run over and make an attack. The music and everything. It's a crit out the gate. Check this out.
Okay.
Oh my god. So it's 2 of these. It is 6 and 6 and 4, so that's going to be 20 damage.
Mother of
No,
pearl.
that's not right. That's not right. That's 16 damage.
16 damage. I would have taken that as well because my maths is atrocious. But no,
Me
excellent.
too.
16 points of damage. What does that look like as you shout the Shire?
Yeah, I
Charge
guess
forward.
he runs after Phlox, and he's like climbing over like a box here and there, or whatever, and then he like jumps from the top of a box and swings down with Sky Point into the back of the wolf, and will like land next to Phlox and Lolo and try and put himself in front of the wolf as much as possible.
The staunch resilience and defiance.
I've got the music going mental in my ears.
Bracegirdle.
So good.
As you strike, like he recoils back with a low hiss. As Lolo, you're up.
Okay. So what is it? Now all of us are all together. So what is it? Lolo can't move away without getting the opportunities, and nobody wants that in their lives. So instead, Lolo's going to what is it? She's going to reach down really quick and grab some sugar that may be spilled out of one of the broken bags, and just kind of poof, throw it up in front of the wolfie's eyes and muzzle, and this is going to be a help action.
Oh, that's great. Okay. So you're with that giving advantage to someone?
Yes, I will be giving advantage to who is next. Mara's next, but Mara's we haven't even seen Mara yet.
You don't know what he's doing.
So this is going to be for Phlox.
Yeah, okay. So on Phlox's turn, that help action will give you advantage with what you do then. This is great. Yeah.
Sorry, Rob, I just wanted to say, if ever the opportunity arises, I'll step into a big guy space. But
I got that, man. Yeah, that's absolutely
okay.
fine. Yeah, I assumed as much. Yeah. So as this bag of sugar goes in, and you've charged. So you're almost beneath the belly of the beast as well. That's really cool. It is now his turn. And he has a plethora of morsels beneath him. And he is still powerful. He is still strong, and his dread eyes fall upon Phlox, and he just. I
will impose this advantage.
Okay.
Before you roll this time.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, he gets these terrible teeth siding down upon you, Phlox. With advantage, that is a 16. Does that hit you?
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay.
AC 14.
Oh, that's not so bad. Okay, so that is 6 points of piercing damage. I also need you to make a strength saving throw, because as soon as he bites you, the force of it is enough to knock you to the ground. It's just his mere presence just smashing through. He bites down on you. Do you fall?
I do fall.
Oh, man.
That is, I'm on the ground. And you said that was 6 points of damage? Oh, very injured.
So you fall to the ground, and he knows that if he goes for you again whilst you're on the ground, it's going to be an easy meal for him. As he looms over you, those icicles chiming around him like a highly intimidating wind chime almost. As he sort of raises to attack once again, Mara at the other end of the bridge.
Mara breathes life into this lantern, praising his luck that the thing did not get shattered in the crash, sets it on the ground next to him, and he kind of pushes himself up against this sled. His leg and one of his arms just mangled. Reaches down, he grabs this lantern, and he goes, "For the Shire!" And he hucks this lantern at this warg.
Oh my god.
With a natural 20. I have been rolling shit all night, and I am so glad, because this is probably Mara's last moment as he just hucks this lantern. And as he does so, he like steps forward, loses his balance, and crashes to the ground. So he doesn't even see where it lands as he hucks this lantern.
Okay, yeah, so an attack. Oh yeah, natural 20. So yeah, how are we going to do the damage for this? I suppose it's just going to be like
there is like an alchemist fire or something.
I was going to say it would be an alchemist fire, which is usually like I'm going to give you, because it's so awesome. It was a natural 20, so usually it's a d6, and he's going to make a save to stop himself from being on fire. We're going to say it's 2d6, and he has to make a save to stop himself from being on fire.
Okay, that is 5 fire damage.
Okay. And he will make a save to prevent himself from. That's a really good one. So unfortunately, as valiant as it is, the fire smashes into him and blazes around him. It doesn't catch him. However, the presence of fire is something that Skoth and the other Winter Wolves are highly adverse to. There's a moment where you see that moment when you were running from the river in the first place, and the walls of Brandy Hall, the stockades lit into blazing flames so that drove them away. And now, as we go to the top of the round, we see that coming full circle, as there is a horn that blows. And great pillars of flame erupt on the Shire side of the bridge. The two pillars that flank the far sides of the bridge are now just pillars of flame. As the Hobbits of the Shire, mustered as you had ordered, have now readied to defend their land with your help. Fire! There comes a cry as arrows launch across the bridge at Skoth, who will now have to make a reflex saving throw, which is a failure. A clump full of arrows just slam into the side of him, smashing icicles from his fur, driving him back momentarily. He gives a terrifying bestial roar. His breath once again erupting forth into the night air like a dragon's, or in the crisp morning air like a dragon's now. He takes some damage as, the Brandybucks have opened fire upon him. That was the Hobbits of the Shire. We're back to Phlox.
Phlox will... Does standing up provoke? Okay, Phlox will
No, it
stand
takes
up.
half your movement.
Okay, Phlox will stand up, and then with Namir, and emboldened by the sound of the horn, she will try and strike out and crit Skoth. Yes.
Oh my
okay.
god.
Let's see how this works out. Oh my god, math. 7, 9, 13, 17 damage against Skoth. As Phlox stands up and she's right in front of him, and she just with kind of two hands pushes Namir up into the icicles of his chest.
Amazing. And he just gives, this is a different noise. It is more like a gasp as you strike him. Like he staggers back as if like utterly perplexed, utterly surprised. How can these creatures bring him such terrible pain? Like, and you note that like one of his legs buckle for a second, and then he just squares his shoulders and gives the most terrifying, terrible noise as he lurches forth. But it's Fred's turn.
All right, Fred is like underneath the wolf, and he's gonna try, and he sees him like limping on that leg, and he's gonna leap on that chance, and he's gonna try and stab at that leg. So with advantage, I got a 19 all up to hit.
That is a hit. Yeah, you strike true.
Okay. So that is nice. 8 and 4 is 12 damage.
Whoa. Yeah, there's just a shower of blood that just erupts from the side of his leg as you strike him.
Nice.
Anything else with your turn?
That's it.
Okay, Lolo.
Yeah, so what is it? What is it? This guy's still within 5 feet of me, right? Like I can't.
Yes, he is still within 5 feet of you. Yeah. Yeah.
If you want to step back, I can
Lolo's...
give him a disadvantage if you want to.
Or you could disengage as your turn to get back and be ready for the next turn.
You note that the fire dancing at the far side, reflected in his eyes, has got him riled. The presence of fire is helping you here, so he isn't going to be striking as easily. But that's up to you.
Okay, well, Lolo's gonna take a chance. She's gonna hop back so that she can get a shot off on this guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in that case, yeah, he'll take it. He will lunge forth at disadvantage. Oh, I don't think that's going to do it. That's a 13 to hit. That's not going to hit you, is it? Yes. No. Yeah, so again, he lunges forth, like he just sees movement here, and again, just as a reaction, just snap, but you're not there.
The gamble pays off! And she's going to try to hit him with another one of these nifty true flying arrows.
Yes.
I don't think that's gonna do it. 13.
No. So as he snaps forth, like it's his movement that like sort of allows him to almost duck beneath the Númenórean arrow as it sings over him. Sadly.
And Lolo's like, no, we can't miss. Everyone will die.
And he's just like staggering towards you at this point, like frenzy in his eyes. But this is all a play. This is all for show, because all of a sudden he lunges sideways to attack you, Fredegar.
He actually can't attack me unless he moves, because I'm under him. So he has to move, and that lets me attack him.
Then you will provoke an attack. You'll get that attack because he wants to attack you, for sure.
It's like crazy strong.
No, it's good. I know, but you need it. You need it. That's fine.
You do. 18 on the die, so it should be good.
Yeah, that's a hit.
And 4 and 4, so 8 damage.
Whoa. There's a howl as you force that sky point through the ice and into him. And then he retaliates. He's still at disadvantage because of the blazing fire across the far side of the river. Oh, it's still good. There's still a dirty 20 to hit. Does that hit?
That hits, yep.
That hits. My goodness. Right. Oh, that is 12 points of piercing damage. And I need you to make a strength saving throw, please, as he just like he moves out of the way and you absolutely get that strike on him, but then he just retaliates with full force, just slamming his jaws around you and biting down hard.
14 on the strength save.
It's a success. How are you able to stop yourself being thrown by this monstrosity?
Yeah, I think he like bites into the sword arm maybe, and he like starts to like wriggle Fred around. But I think maybe Fred reaches out for like Flox's hand, and she like grabs him and pulls him out, and they're able to. He basically doesn't get flung away.
Yeah, it was almost like the weight of the impact, like he like is pushing you to the side, and like his weight smashes against like the side of the bridge, and there's like a fracturing of wood that breaks away from that side as he does so. Excellent. That was his turn. Mara.
Mara hears his friends fighting for their lives. I am going to dash as I drag myself towards them. One of my arms busted up in my leg, so I can't actually walk. And I'm going to end my turn kind of pulling myself up on like maybe a barrel or something, so that I can get advantage of what's happening. And that's going to be my turn, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah, you're staggering closer. Like maybe there's like a trickle of blood running from your head. You're woozy and
my face is just like all like road rashed and everything.
And that, like before you, there's just this terrible, like even though there's all this help, like that's come from the hobbits that are raining fire or raining arrows down, and the fire and your friends, this beast is still.
I think there's at least there's probably a little bit of a smile on Mara's face when he sees that he like counts them 1, 2, 3. When he counts the 3 of them, that puts a little smile on his face to know that they're all still alive.
They're still going. Yeah, we're back to the top, and there is another howl as Skoth is forced to reflexively leap away as arrows come raining down upon him. Again, he rolls really poorly, feathered by arrow shafts that land from the stout bows of the hobbits on the far side of the river. Phlox, it's your turn.
Phlox, next to Fredrigar, is going to kind of wipe a little bit of blood off her mouth, like, we gotta do it. And she's going to, if I can find where I left the dang cursor, she's going to attack, but she doesn't have enough energy. She's out of breath, and it maybe it's Skoth dodging the arrows, and maybe it's just a moment of weakness in her wrist, but the attack is useless.
Yeah, it bounces off just the sheer mass of him as he's like striking at one of you and then like leaping towards the other and being struck by arrows.
She does just remember that she's holding a dagger in her other hand.
Do it.
So she will swing out with that one. That one is a hit. There we go. That's an 18
oh my god, yes.
So and because I can get sneak attack on that, that'll be 13 damage on him.
Oh, so he thinks he's moved out of the way of you.
Maxed out on that damage.
He thinks he's moved out. Oh my god!
One little dagger just.
And just like it's the right spot, and there's just an explosion of viscera that just erupts from his side. Like another of his legs sort of slips. Like you notice all of a sudden that there's this lumbering beast upon actually a bit of a precipice. His higher center of gravity is not helping him here. The ice upon the bridge, his blood leaking from him. You can see blood pouring from his jaws, and he looks purely demonic from this moment on. Let's see. That was Phlox. Fred.
I'm gonna get back in his space. I'm gonna run under his legs and try and hit him in the squishy underbelly. But first, I'm gonna use a bonus action to take a second wind. So Fred looks to Phlox, who's been valiantly standing by his side. I think maybe he sees Mara get up on one of the barrels and sees that Mara is alive, and he like is like so relieved to see, and then he rushes in for the Shire, runs on underneath, and I'll see how I do. That's going to be a 17 to hit. You muted. That's good.
17 is it.
Okay, max damage 8 plus 4, so 12 damage from that, and I'll roll my hit points for a second wind.
Yeah,
it's 7 plus my level is 9. Ooh,
nice. Very good.
Okay, great. So yeah, he rushes in underneath, and he's just trying to, like, he sees now that the maybe a look of fear or like hesitation in the wolf's eye, and he wants to stay on top of it now, so it doesn't have a chance to get away and come back, basically. So he runs up underneath it, and he's like slashing at its legs, and that's it for Fred.
There's wild frustration as well, because every time like he thinks he's got like a handle on you, you're back beneath him again, and he it's just diverting his attention. You're striking from beneath him. It's a lot for him to handle. Lolo.
Lolo's gonna put a little more distance between him and her, because after that fake lunge, she's not messing around with this anymore. So she puts a little bit of distance, turns, and tries to take another shot at him. And she's like, "Come on, you're not going to eat my friends today." Or maybe you will. Who could say? That's a 16.
16 doesn't hit, I'm afraid. Unfortunately, it just flies, and again it just shatters like one of the icicles like beneath his jaw, and it just deflects the arrow. And he just gives this snarling look upon you as you've done so. That was Lolo. Skoth. Again, he's got this nightmarish hobbit beneath him, like slashing at him wildly. But he doesn't want to risk it this time, so he's going to go for who else got him, and that's Phlox, I'm afraid. He is going to just fully lunge at you. It's going to be a disadvantage, but we will see. Oh, that is 2 17s on both sides. So I'm afraid that is going to be a hit. He just launches forward to seize you, and this is a straight athletics rather than an attack. So I'd like you to roll athletics as well.
3.
Yeah, so he will spend his turn, rather than attacking you, he is basically just lunging forward, and he just seizes you in his jaws, and he just lifts you up into the air. And it looks like if he's going to go, then he's going to put everything that he can into killing you while he dies. He's going to move as well. He will use his move action, actually. So if you want to take the attack, Fred.
Yep, for sure. Come on, Fred. Okay, 17 on the die. It's going to be much more than that.
Yep.
That is 7 plus 4, so that's 11 damage.
Oh my god.
Fred is just the most powerful character I've ever
Like with Phlox in his jaws, like, you just give another vengeful strike as he moves his full movement away.
Does he come past?
He's going to be coming towards you, so he won't actually pass you. So he won't actually know. Yeah, so he won't do his full movement. He will just do his movement to you, which is still within movement for the rest of you, but he still has moved away. Yeah, and that'll be his turn. Mara, it's your turn.
I think seeing poor Phloxanna in this beast's mouth just gives this surge of adrenaline from Mara, and he goes, "No!" And he lunges at this thing. Obviously, his one arm is just swinging, just useless, and he just throws his other arm around the back leg of this this warg, I am going to try to grapple it.
And is that the intention to get Phlox out of his grasp before he?
Yes.
That's probably wise. That's all I'm going to say. It's probably wise. Wow. Okay. We'll see. We'll see.
Lucky 13.
It's not enough.
Yeah, I didn't think
I'm
so.
sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, you just you try and pounce upon him, and you just bounce off him.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's literally just boosh, you just
force of
careens
him.
off of him.
Yep. Oh no, the hobbits. They're going to open fire.
Make
So
yourself small, Phloxanna.
if he gets hit by them, there's going to be a risk that it hits you as well. Okay. Whether it's him moving away, whether it's the hobbit's arms getting tired, he is actually able to evade the arrow fire from the hobbits. Phlox, it's your turn. This is your last chance to save yourself.
Phlox would like to try and twist and wriggle and acrobatics her way out of his mouth.
Okay. I'll oppose.
Rob, am I close enough that she would get her sneak?
Oh yeah,
damage
yeah.
No, I'm getting escaping a grapple.
Oh, that's true. Good idea.
Oh god, I don't think a 14 is gonna do it.
Is it within?
doesn't.
Is it within 10 minutes of when I gave her the warden's gift?
I don't. No, that wouldn't have expired. You're not able to escape with that, but you may still attack.
Okay. So she's still holding Namir. Dirty 20 to hit.
That's a hit.
So I will manage to attack him for 9 damage.
Okay.
And if Phlox was screaming before, there's a new urgency and shrillness to this panicked scream as she wriggles and is stuck.
And it's like you that scream, and you see everything that's happened before you. You see the face of Belladonna for a moment. You see your. Do you get your dagger attack, by the way?
I wasn't sure if trying to escape the grapple would have been my bonus action.
I don't actually know.
Usually it would be an action to try and escape a grapple.
Oh, and I let you attack as well. Then no.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah. But you see the face of Belladonna Took, like I say. You see yourself moving through the forest. You see that vision of those hands closing in around you, and now these vice-like teeth going around you as you slice wildly with your blade, and it passes through Skoth's throat. And he's just stood there for a second. And his jaw slackens as you just slump to the ground. And like he looks down upon himself as his white chest hair and icicles just become a cascade of blood. And he's like he like staggers to the side. The hobbits fire again. More arrows just pound into his chest, and he is then up against that snap part of the balustrade on the bridge, which looses and breaks, and he topples over the side of Brandywine Bridge, smashing through the ice for a second time. And the ice grows crimson, and then grey, and then black. And Skoth, the White Warg, is vanquished.
Drag. Drag.
Fred is sprinting.
You're fine, Flux. You're fine. I say through spitting, no teeth.
Fred will rush over and he'll like pick up Phlox with one arm and Mara with the other and start to like try and drag them back towards the other hobbits. Lolo, help me!
Of course, Lolo's gonna go over and get on Phlox's other side and be like, well, what about? Oh, Mary, are you okay?
I can walk.
Did we win?
I need a cup of tea.
I need something stronger than that. I think Mara says just before he passes out.
I think the image that we see is as like you're all sort of like surrounding each other, like embracing each other on your knees, blood everywhere. The bridge is still partially on fire, and like we see like directly above just like the break hole in the ice where your great enemy fell broken. And we fade to white. And fade back, we see the forces of the Dúnedain, having been graced with the presence of Gandalf the Grey, were victorious in holding back the forces of Orcs and Wargs that swept from the north, as they did in this winter. Terrible news reaches you that the Chieftain Argonui, met his end in the battle, felled by wargs as his father. But his kin and his eldest son, Arador, takes up the mantle and becomes the new chieftain of the Dúnedain. We see more of those sleds arriving, but at a distance, keeping his father's word, at least for this, to ensure that the deliverance of these vital supplies are given. But you know, the Rangers don't really come into the land of the Shire. That will have to be spoken about of in time. And it is enough. The supply is shared around, tools, equipment, food, even a bit of pipeweed is given back to the land from whence it's grown. And the Hobbit families, the Brandybucks, the Hardbottles, the Hornblowers, the Tooks, you know, they always have the differences, but at this time, for the completion of the winter, they are all united because they have family and they have friends and they have their heroic kin that, against their better judgment, at least, you know, against what they wanted, went out into the wide world and brought liberation and salvation to the Shire. We fade to white again, and as we return, there is not a flake of snow, there is not a drop of melting ice. The spring shines eternal, not eternal, but in plenty in the Shire. And Phloxanna, you are at your new residence. You have been awarded this house, as each of you have been awarded new lands and portions of wealth from various bits of the Shire as a reward for your service. Like, even though you said no, it was insisted upon that this was, you know, this was because of you that everyone has been saved. But Phloxanna, you're in your new residence, which is the old residence of Belladonna Took. See, her and Bungo Baggins have moved into an estate across the water, an estate that has recently been finished construction, and they have called it Bag End. So you live in their old house, and I'd like you each to tell me one thing about what happens in your Hobbit lives to round us out. And I think we can start with Phloxanna, as we've gone to her in her new home.
Phloxanna in the springtime continues to try her hand at bits of gardening here and there. It's not really her strength. Or at least that's what she says. And she does keep showing up around Maradoc's residence asking for gardening advice, often with ribbons in her hair.
And we'll go to Maradoc then. What's one thing that we can leave this story knowing about Maradoc and what Maradoc's doing?
So I think the camera kind of closes in on this little hobbit hole, nice little blue door. You see Maradoc out front of it, and he's still at certain stages of healing, even at springtime. Like his arm is still like in this little sling. He's got a little limp, and he has a new walking stick. And he walks up to the door, and he's like, and he goes, and there's a moment, the door opens, and this rather aged hobbit is there, curly salt and pepper hair. He kind of looks at him, scowls, and he says, "And where have you been?" And he goes, "Oh no, Mr. Cotton, you have to let me finish here." And he holds up his walking stick. He goes, "I've thought upon it, and you've actually not been a very, very fair master with me. And I'm a hobbit of means now, and so I will no longer be to your beck and call. If you need to find me, you can find me up that way. Third door on the right. That's Master Maradoc Hornblower to you, sir." And he turns and walks away, and this like, and he just gets this big smile on his face. "I rather like the sound of that," he says, as I think it fades off of him.
And as we hear that, Lolo, what's a parting image that we can have of Lolo?
Well, I mean, Lolo doesn't know what she's going to do with this whole freaking estate that they just gave her. And what is it? She's a hunter and a trapper. She doesn't do the gardening very much. So I think what she's going to do is she's going to repurpose the area that they gave her for yard and garden. And she has repurposed it so that it's all short sparse grass, and little sticks with the little straw men for like training dummy style. And Lolo's going to start by beginning to train her siblings to make sure everybody knows how to use both sword and bow. And I imagine that word kind of slowly gets out. And so she's going to start like making sure that every hobbit who's interested knows how to wield a bow and a sword.
Amazing. And finally, we move to Fred. What's a parting image that we have of Fred?
Camera goes in through the window of like a hobbit hole, and there's like a piece of leather that's being worked on, and next to it is this like priceless Numenorian blade that's like quite blunt now from being used on leather. And you can hear this like and this huge white wolf. You can see the shoulders moving, and then Fred's head like pops up from under the pelt, and all the little hobbit kids are like, "Oh!" And he says, "It was a day nothing like this, but it was very, very cold." And he's like telling them all the story of Skoth.
Amazing. And as you sort of launch forward again, and we see that that white pelt, we go to white one more time, and we return, and we're inside a dark room of one of your homes. Maybe you're back where Phloxanna lives, and you're back in that very room where you were given your mission from Phloxanna Took. The four of you united, enjoying the small comforts of the Shire. The kettle has just come to boil. Butter drips from scones, and something delicious is cooking in the next room. And you sit there content until there's a knock on the door. And as one of you answer it, before is Gandalf. He stands there with a smile on his face and a new plight to put to you.
First, you have to come in for some tea.
And I think that is a beautiful place to leave it. And that is the Fell Winter.
So good.
So good.
Thank you very much for playing, guys. And for those of you who watched, thanks for watching. Ta-da.